Please take your seats. Our programming is going to begin momentarily. Thank you. Please welcome members of the Leadership Spotlight on Energy as a Strategic Enabler of Force Projection, moderated by Senior Fellow, Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center, Meredith Berger.
Well, welcome everybody to what I am thinking of as Energy Security Power Hour. So we are going to start with a fireside chat with Lieutenant General Helwig, who is the Deputy Commander at Transcom, and I will let him tell you about that in just a minute here, and then we will transition to a panel discussion that I hope you all will enjoy. So Lieutenant General Helwig, thank you so much for spending time with us today, and I thought we could start with just a little bit of a primer. What are you doing at Transcom? Can you explain your mission set? It is vast, it is consequential. Introduce us to Transcom.
Sure, thanks Meredith, thanks. And I appreciate being here. This is our first time really in the Global Energy Forum, so it's exciting. So what is Transcom? So as many know, the Department of Defense in the United States, we have combatant commands. Some of them are geographical, so they're tied to different parts of the world like EUCOM or Indo-PACOM, and then some are functional. And so the Transcom is a functional command, so it's got global responsibility, and basically anything that moves in the Department of Defense moves in some way through Transcom. So rough order of magnitude, about 200 rail cars on any given day, about 400 sorties of aircraft that move cargo, and about 40 that move fuel to refuel fighters and other aircraft. A large network of ports and port activity that we do. We move patients around globally, and then roughly 15 ships are moving under Transcoms in the Department of Defense on any given day as well. So that's kind of the scope and magnitude, and so you're like, okay, well, that's great. Well, what does that have to do with global energy? And so recently, within the last 2 years, another mission that's passed on to Transcom has been to also be the global integrator for energy. So we're the global bulk fuel manager for the Department of Defense as well. And so that's been a new mission that's kind of evolved over the last 2 years, and we're really excited to be doing that as well.
Thank you. And so bulk fuel, it is what's going to make everything work when we need it to work in order to assure mission success. And so that's operations around the world. That is the day-to-day but in every sense very consequential. Can you talk about what it means to have this new mission of managing bulk fuel? What does it mean to have that visibility over the entirety of this requirement? And how are you thinking about it in an operational context?
Yeah, so, the Department of Defense runs on fuel. Like any modern military, fuel is a huge part of the equation. And so being the bulk fuel integrator or bulk fuel manager gives us the mission to ensure not just that the amount of fuel is available, but it's the network that's got to be built, the delivery of that fuel, the integration of the fuel with industry across those other transportation modes that I mentioned earlier. We have a lot of industry interaction, so this is kind of a natural fit with that as well. But it's really about taking that problem set of getting the right fuel to the right place at the right time globally. That's fundamentally part of what we're doing, and we work with the Defense Logistics Agency. You'll meet them later on today, but to ensure that not only do we have the right inventory, but the inventory is in the right place at the right time to allow us to be able to execute the missions that we need to do in support of our nation.
So I hear you outlining the elements of an important concept that I'm wondering if you might be able to talk about a little bit, and it's contested logistics. And so as we think about positioning, as we think about advantage, as we think about that mission assurance piece, can you talk about contested logistics and what that means for your bulk fuel mission?
Sure, yeah. So, for many years, we've enjoyed the ability to move logistics into position at our time and choosing. But I think the reality of the current situation and moving into the future is that logistics writ large will be contested in the future. So they're active, our adversaries will actively be looking to interdict the supply chains that we use to supply the needs for our military. And so part of our mission and looking at that supply chain is to ensure that we build that resiliency into it and that we build the redundancy required to be able to respond if we're interdicted or if there are challenges to that supply chain, giving us as many options as possible in future.
So the Department of Defense is not a creator or purveyor of fuel, a customer and an acquirer. So could you talk a little bit about how you think about working with industry and as you're actually getting the fuel to supply the mission, effective ways that you might encourage working together or other considerations that you think about as you're out to make sure that the mission is supplied and not going into DLA territory, which I know we'll get into in a little bit.
Yeah, so, industry is a vital partner with the Department of Defense, and by extension, Transcom is always very interested in industry and industry involvement. We like to understand where industry is going and solicit that kind of conversation so we understand how industry looks at the problem sets because many of the problem sets, whether you call it contested logistics or just logistics, exist not just in the military but broadly. And so making those connections and building that understanding is really important to us. We like to pull in industry into our conversations and even recently into some of our exercises to have industry look at our problem set and say, okay, well, how would you look at this and help us to understand, how to respond or how to build redundancy and resiliency going forward.
And you've just introduced another concept that I don't know everybody has a baseline for. Can you talk through the types of things that you might exercise where you're inviting industry, and what are you looking at? What are you hoping that they'll consider, especially when it comes to the supply chain comments that you made just a little bit ago?
Yeah, so we, to be ready at our nation's calling, we rehearse and exercise, periodically, and so we, as part of that exercising, logistics is something both to physically move our capabilities, but also to understand through simulations and other things. And so we pull in industry and others to help us when we look at that problem set in a contested environment to say, okay, well, how would we solve that problem if you looked at it through your perspective and your lens? And so that's always been good for us to have that conversation, and I think kind of baseline the understanding across the board so that we have kind of a common sight picture.
And in terms of security of that supply chain, I'm wondering if you can address any specific push points, considerations, or anything else that you are specifically and particularly vigilant about or focused as we think about reducing that challenge or strain point.
Yeah, so we really look to build a network to understand, not just to respond to a requirement. In other words, sometimes we've been very much built around waiting for kind of a demand signal to come before we start moving in anticipation. But as we've thought about this moving forward and really tried to build off of kind of our understanding of this mission, getting that fuel into position ahead of time or having it moving ahead of the no kidding demand signal is important. And so we want to continue to build that capability and understand using the tools that are coming, the predictive and anticipatory. I know AI gets thrown around a lot, but using the data that we know is out there to understand and be able to forecast and project so that we're ready when needed and have the capacity and capability in position should it be required.
So you bring up an interesting push and pull, which I know exists in the defense planning and budgeting world that I'm hoping you might address. You want to go and create options to make sure that you have that network, that redundancy, the availability of the resource. On the front end, it's requirements that drive what the site picture looks like in terms of that lay down, the budgeting, the planning. Could you give a little bit of insight into the requirement setting and the options preservation?
Yeah, so we traditionally wait on requirements, but I think we know going into the future and with the tools and capabilities that are out there that we may be able to get more predictive in the future, and I think that's an important place that we should keep looking to build that capacity as we move forward, so that we aren't just waiting, and because of the time distance factors and what's required to pull in key stakeholders early, we have to get ahead of that a little bit. And I think with the data that's available now and the way that we're able to kind of use that going forward, it gives us an ability to kind of have those conversations with some clear analytical rigor behind it, so that we can, in the budgeting cycle, be a little bit more predictable and thereby make it less of a tough risk decision for senior leaders.
And we've talked a little bit before about how it is a much better position to be able to anticipate than be in response, but you're in the business of doing both. As we're engaging, and there's a good set of brains, eyes, and ears encircling us right now that consider different perspectives for how to engage, how to contribute, where energy security is actually a place that so many organizations, entities, and individuals have a stake in their own national security. I'm wondering if there is anything that you draw attention to in terms of how people who are traditionally outside the process but can contribute might think about meeting the needs of the Department of Defense.
Yeah, I think there's a natural synergy there, and I think as you look at the global situation, we already know that we've got to build supply chains globally that are able to meet the demands, both you name the industry. I know there's been a lot of change as we've kind of gone here and into the future, and so we have to build those relationships, build those bonds, understand each other, and I think one of the reasons we're here today is to ensure that we continue this conversation and build on the mutual understanding and work together to define the problem in a way that helps both the Department of Defense and industry understand each other.
All right. So as we close up our too brief time here, I feel like we could go in any direction and have this really deep conversation, which I hope we get to do at some point going forward. But in the meantime, just a couple of closing thoughts. What are you looking ahead towards? As I come from the Department of the Navy, your eyes are on the horizon. What are you focusing on there? Where are you headed? What are your targets?
Yeah, so we're very interested in making sure that we build a system, that we take the system and make it redundant enough to allow our senior leaders the maximum amount of options they've got and then the maximum amount of decision space to operate when it comes to fuel and energy. And so as we look to the future and keep building upon the network that we have, where and how do we continue to look for opportunities? We need to be, lockstep and understand what industry is doing. We need to have good, open, clear conversations and look at the global problem set together to be able to work through any kind of situations, crises that might arise.
All right. Well, thank you so much for spending time with us today, for your insights, expertise, and perspective. I'll look forward to the next time, but in the meantime, so grateful to have the conversation with you.
Thanks again.
Please welcome members of the panel on Securing Energy Infrastructure for Military Readiness, moderated by Senior Fellow, Global Energy Center, Atlantic Council, Meredith Berger.
All right, we're back. So after a conversation with Lieutenant General Hoeg about more of the operational side of energy, we're going to shift focus to installation, energy, and infrastructure. So I'll let my panelists all introduce themselves in a minute because it is more fun to hear diversity of voices talk in perspective. But I wanted to set the scene a little bit for all of us as we continue in this conversation. So I've often said that energy security is mission success. As we think about the infrastructure that supports our ability to maintain everything from our national security and defense to the health, safety, and welfare of the communities that our defense installations call home and rely on to be able to support the mission sets, no matter what they are. I'm hoping people can still hear me. It is our critical infrastructure that we rely on, and there is nothing more critical than energy because it supports our mission sets no matter how we define mission. And so I'm joined today by a group of panelists that bring a diversity of perspective and are representative of the ecosystem that actually make sure that this works. And we are doing this in a contested environment. There are all sorts of different threats, whether it is age of infrastructure or bad actors that are coming after that critical resource and supply that we need to be able to assure our mission set, which is national energy security, no matter how you define that mission. And so with that, I'm going to turn to my panelists here to do very crisp introductions of who they are, what they do, and what is top of mind for them, and then leave the bulk of our time to get into a conversation. And I will, let's see, I'll start to my right and circle around.
Thank you, Meredith, and thank you to the Atlantic Council. My name is Jason Woodworth, and I'm the Commanding General for Marine Corps Installations Command. I'm responsible for the 25 Marine Corps installations across the world, and really appreciate this opportunity to talk about the nexus of defense and energy and how we can continue to improve our resilience as a partnership.
Thanks.
My name is Rebecca Izakowicz, and I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Energy Resilience. In my role in the Office of the Secretary of Defense, we're thinking constantly about how do we shape guidance for energy policy? What does that look like across the military departments and their components? And as I think about energy, I really love what you said, Meredith, excuse me. I also think about energy security with energy as a force multiplier. So how do we create that force multiplication most effectively?
Thanks.
Good morning, ma'am, and thank you, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for the opportunity to be here. My name is George Bresnahan. I'm the commander of DLA Energy, Defense Logistics Agency Energy, one of the 6 major subordinate commands running one of the supply chains for DLA. Class 3 bulk is my core mission. I'm responsible for managing to about 54.1 million barrels consistently throughout the year, which is both op stock and war reserve. But also, we play a significant role, as Ms. Berger mentioned, in installation energy, to include utilities privatization, microgrids, and we've started to get into a little bit of the small micro reactors. So mainly from an acquisition perspective, so look to get into that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the council for having Duke here today. My name is Richard Donaldson. I'm the Chief Information Officer at Duke Energy, and why is an IT guy up here today? I'll tell you. Energy security, at least at the grid level, doesn't happen without software and information technology systems. And my core job is to make sure those systems run reliably so that we can maintain the energy security and the operational excellence that we have so far enjoyed. I'll couple that with obviously a keen focus on AI, not from delivering energy to AI, but how as a business can we use that to do those very things I just described even better, but without introducing new risk. So looking forward to discussing that a little more.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Alex Fitzsimmons. I'm the director of the U.S. Department of Energy's CSER office, Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response at the U.S. Department of Energy. So our mission is to strengthen the security and resilience of the U.S. energy sector. We do this by partnering with the private sector. Over 80% of the U.S. energy system is privately owned. And we partner with them not as a regulator, but as a technical partner to help secure their IT systems and their OT systems. And so, as you said, the reason for that is because energy security is foundational to, everything we do. And, as the President and the Secretary have said, energy is not just a critical sector of the economy, it is the critical sector of our economy that makes every other sector possible. And so that's why this is such an important discussion. I'm happy to be here today.
All right, thank you all. So reliable, resilient, redundant energy is the name of the game, and everybody here has a part. Because we're talking about our national security mission and the cross-section between defense and our commercial sector, Rebecca, I'm going to start with you. So as you sit and we see a lot of ebbs and flows, whether it's in our energy bills or in energy, other considerations, it is the policy that has stayed consistent, the priority, as Alex noted, that has stayed consistent. Can you talk about how you are approaching that from a defense perspective? Where are your guideposts as you're one of the leaders who's working on policy setting, prioritization, and how we bridge the different perspectives that everybody introduced?
That's a great question. So I think like Alex said, we've really leaned into the administration's prioritization of energy as the sector. And that's ranged from our work with DLA and Transcom as we think about bulk fuel, as we are moving fuel around the globe, it's an incredibly dangerous and expensive thing to do, and the last thing that we want to do is be reliant on partner, ally, adversary for access to that fuel. So, domestic energy dominance is something that is a core component of our strategy as we think now, how do we center our interests and how do we center those interests within the department? I don't know that the department has always been its best champion for advocating why energy security is so important. We do a good job inside the Pentagon, but I don't know, we don't always do a great job of advocating for it outside the Pentagon. And now we're really thinking about how does my office lean into that challenge and connect the operational energy demands with installation energy requirements so that we're centering the warfighter in all that we do so that they have a platform upon which there is a durable opportunity to execute their mission. Some ways that is, it's looking like, that was terrible grammar, I'm so sorry, the way that it's starting to end up in kind of in the storybook of the work that we're doing is, as George mentioned, in microgrid deployment with SMRs at the core of the effort. We're still 99% reliant on our commercial power providers and a civilian bulk system. So how do we then help support those partners in thinking before we get to the point of planning and execution in the strategic and tactical execution and understanding of what it is that the department needs? How do we lessen our reliance on a civilian bulk fuel supply because we've created better durability at home for which we can deploy fuel cells or lessen our dependence on a grid in an extreme weather event or in an emergency situation because we've installed storage systems. How are we thinking about deployment of natural gas to help bolster our midpoint step to a nuclear future? How do we create an order book of small modular reactors so that we can deploy them more rapidly, accurately, and in partnership with the Department of Energy? That it's looking like a multifaceted opportunity. The military departments have been extraordinary in their partnership as we think through the execution of this work, and we can't do anything at OSD without them. So, how do we center their needs in that execution? It's going to always look like warfighter first in creating that domestic energy opportunity.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing up that important distinction. We talked about requirements a bit earlier. There is the Office of the Secretary of Defense where you are, which is really doing the overarching and policy setting, and you see a lot of execution in the service departments, and I think that's something that's important to emphasize as we think about working. You mentioned the Department of Energy, so naturally I'm going to turn to Alex here next and ask if you could address some
Excellent moderating.
Yeah, we're just having a chat here. So as we think about this in a broader context in what I'll call the national energy mission, I'm wondering if you could address and start to build upon some of your introductory comments, talk about how you're thinking about physical security, cybersecurity. That emergency response comes up in some of the events that Rebecca just noted, extreme weather, we've got aging infrastructure. CSER's put forward some funding and some other initiatives. Could you speak a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah, and I'll start by, outlining what I think we all know is an incredible energy challenge that we have, where we had years of flat load growth that have now been replaced by the potential to have to build another 100 gigawatts of power in 5 years, right, to meet the future demands for AI, as you mentioned, to onshore manufacturing, right, to, win the AI race and be competitive in the 21st century. That's not possible without energy, and the energy systems, the generation, the transmission that we're building has to be, and we're installing on the grid, has to be deployed in a secure way, right? And that's what CSER focuses on, right? So when I think about how CSER partners with the private sector, the life cycle of our work every day, I mean, it starts with providing timely information to the private sector, right, that is then used to inform the R&D of world-class cyber and physical technologies, right, that we do, with the private sector, with DOE's 17 national laboratories, and then translating that information, that threat information, and those tools and technologies to the private sector to harden all of our energy systems, and then prepare that hardening, which involves everything from training to planning to tools and technology, right? It's not just a technology solution. A lot of it really is basic cyber hygiene, basic planning that goes on, and then being able, that hardening prepares you for when incidents, whether they be cyber or physical, occur, and they will occur, right? So when they do occur, what do you do about it? How do you respond? How do you recover? How do you operate through compromise? And so a couple of the programs that we're developing is, you think of everything left of boom, right? Everything you need to do to prepare for an incident, right? And I think one of the most important things that we need to be doing as we're deploying new technology to the grid is to make sure that we have cyber-informed engineering principles that are incorporated into the design of new technology so that we can engineer out the cyber vulnerabilities that we see, because we test a lot of this equipment. We procure a lot of grid components, we tear them apart, we look at the vulnerabilities, we know they're there, we know that they can be addressed. New technology has to be deployed with cyber-informed engineering principles, right? But then, because something's going to happen, it inevitably will. It's a question of when. So what do you do about it, right? And that's where the principle of how do you operate through compromise comes in. And that is as much a planning and a training exercise as it is a tools and technology exercise, right? And so, I mean, we partner with the whole sector, right? And not every energy company is created equal, right? You have very well-resourced companies like Duke that have very mature cybersecurity programs that have large teams, and we still partner with them, and that's important work. And then there are hundreds of small, rural, municipal energy companies out there that are also in strategically important locations for DoD, for our military, that do not have those same resources, but are still a threat, right? You look at the worldwide threat assessment. We know that nation-state actors or foreign adversaries are targeting our infrastructure, and not just the big companies. They're targeting everyone. And so a lot of the smaller energy companies that might not think they're going to be part of a future conflict will be, right? And fortunately, there's a lot of tools and planning you can do to level up the IT and OT cyber game of some of these companies. You can solve 90% of the cyber problems you face by doing basic cyber hygiene, right? Multi-factor authentication, network segmentation, things along those lines. But then even if you do all that, you still have to equip them with the training and the planning to operate through compromise. How do you triage your most critical systems? How do you prevent adversaries from crossing from the IT to the OT, right? How do you make sure that your key customers, right, the hospitals, the military facilities, all of the critical infrastructure that you support, how do you make sure that that can continue to operate, right? Because that's essential, and future conflicts are not just going to be in the physical domain, they will also be in the cyber domain, so we absolutely have to focus on that, and that's what CSER focuses on every day. That is our top priority.
All right, a CSER education. Thank you, Alex. So I'll turn to the Marine Corps, and a place where I know, General Woodruff, you have focused and with excellence demonstrated how to execute on some of the themes that we've heard on so far from the other panelists. And so we've got Duke here, so I'm going to save East Coast commentary for a little later in the conversation. But the West Coast, home to so many critical functions of the Marine Corps. You've got Pendleton, which is institutional in terms of readiness and training, not only for the Marine Corps, but for other services and the community as well. It is a critical asset with critical manpower in an energy-stressed environment. You've got Miramar just a little bit away, facing the same stresses in terms of energy, but also with the same importance in terms of readiness inside of a community that is very proud to support the Marine Corps and also the Navy, and then also where they are relying a lot on a grid that might be a little bit older.
Thank you, Meredith. Let me start by saying, in the past, we viewed our installations, our bases and stations as sanctuaries. And I would argue that across the Department of Defense, inside of the United States and across the world, everywhere we have a U.S. military presence is operational today, defending itself or themselves from bad actors out there. Some of those are located within a few short 100 miles of the headquarters of the PLA. And so we need to look at this different than the past. They are not sanctuaries. Bases are not sanctuaries anymore. We need to consider them as under threat each and every day. So what we do in partnership, and the best way to get after the partnership is with communities and industry in our allies in those areas in order to provide improving resilience. And so inside the Marine Corps, there are essentially 5 bases that have a very robust capability to provide resilience in the energy arena. Most of those have a microgrid of some sort, and many of you know exactly what a microgrid is, but pardon my very brief explanation of essentially it's a management of power capability. It is not necessarily backup generation, and it's different everywhere you go. But one of the most important things we look for in resilience is a backup power generation capability, and we have those at a couple of our facilities. They're mostly reliant on external support, whether that's DLA fuel, whether that's a power source off base, whether that's a landfill methane from the community in Albany, Georgia, and other places, or other resources that come from off the base. One of the things that Ms. Berger's talking specifically about is there's a effort underway in California to work closely with a energy partner to develop a really big universal power supply or backup battery, and we're talking in the major megawatt level. This opportunity would, in its partnership with the states, partnership with the community, and the energy partner, would create a backup generation capability for the entire airfield on the base of Camp Pendleton for up to 18 hours. So if you think about that, if we lost complete power from out from the grid, or the microgrid sectors failed or something, we could provide airfield operations for up to 18 hours just on a really big battery. For the partner can sell the power that's in the battery down to a certain level and never go below that certain level that allows for that capacity to be on hand when called upon. So really neat capability. We're working on that across the board. And I do want to also mention small modular reactors. we're hugely interested in this. This is a great capability. As a former commander of Camp Pendleton, having a nuclear site on base is a real challenge. I mentioned earlier to Mr. Stevenson about what are we going to do with the spent fuel. I think that's something we need to solve really carefully as a nation. But small modular reactors, I think, are a great potential resource to partner in the same kind of way on our facilities and installations. So thank you for the time.
All right, thank you. And so in order to make this all happen at the Department of Defense, it takes some really difficult acquisition. And so you mentioned bulk fuel in your opening comments, but you're in the business of bulk energy, as it turns out, whether we're talking about acquisition of fuel or acquisition of energy writ large for installations, to include incorporating some of that technology, that purchase sheet that Rebecca dreams of sharing with everybody to facilitate our collective advance. So I was wondering if you could talk just a little bit about what it looks like to do such large-scale acquisition in support of a mission set that has to be cognizant of a almost entire reliance on external energy suppliers like Duke, but also where we're looking to create storage, that redundancy, that reliability, and how you are looking at this from the acquisition programming process. And I'd encourage you, because we're lucky enough to have Duke here with us, there is a partnership between the Department of Defense and Duke Energy for exactly what everybody is talking about, the long-term game of how do you make sure that you are planning, creating redundancy and reliability. And I was hoping that you could also specifically address the way the partnership works from the Department of Defense. And heads up, Richard, I'm going to ask you the same thing on the other end.
I will try. So one, I think I owed you one more thing on my intro, which was what keeps me up at night from an energy perspective, and really some of these things are connected, but from a it's really in a conflict. It's how to get bulk fuel to the point of need, and so I don't think we have a production problem across bulk fuel, but I think I have a capacity and posture issue forward. So I just wanted to circle back to that. And I just touch on a couple things. So when we talk about installation, installation energy and resilience and all those things, DLA Energy is really what we bring to the table in terms of that is the acquisition piece. I have a team of experts that understand how to operate in that space and how to contract and acquire installation energy. And so, and also we bring to the table the authorities to do contracts that are, 20, 25, 30 years long, right? And so, because that's how our partners on the commercial side, that's how they prefer to do business. And so we bring that ability as well. So some of the things that we've done in the recent past, of course, we're getting into the microgrids, and one great example of that is we helped with the purchase of a microgrid out at Fort Cavazos in the big snowstorm that happened a few years ago out there. Due to that, and this comes straight to the resilience issue, while everybody else lost power, Fort Cavazos was still up on power, right? So it's a great use case when you're thinking about, or a great example, and you're thinking about what does that bring to the table. So we are... we definitely are into that, but we react to requirements. I just wanted to point that out. I work very closely with Dazdia Zakowicz, and she's blowing up my phone when requirements come, no matter what it is. And so really we work closely with the services as well as the COCOMs to provide that expertise when it comes to the bulk energy, bulk fuel, installation energy. Another area where we have seen great strides is utilities privatization. And so we've gotten into that. And so we're not building any new bases. All of our bases are aging, and the infrastructure on those bases are aging. And so with the Army, probably about 20 years ago, we partnered with the Army for utilities privatization. And what we saw was a dramatic increase in the health of our infrastructure, our energy infrastructure on those bases. As a result of that, the Navy has said, hey, we would like to partner with you on that. And so we're looking at Norfolk Navy Shipyard, which is incredibly important to bring that up to speed. We know that the White House has put great importance on shipbuilding. We know that we need that in our country, so our ability to help in that area, or at least provide that expertise, is we're looking forward to that. I also want to touch on the SMR. And so, again, we don't bring necessarily the technical expertise, but we do bring that acquisition expertise, and this is where Dazdia Zakwitz and I have spent a lot of time. So we got asked a few years ago with the Air Force to do the acquisition up at Eielson for the SMR for the Air Force. And it's been a long haul, but we got to the point where we just issued the NOIDA, the intent to award, and we're in that process now. Which once, so we've issued that, and so the next step is for us to work with DOE on getting through the 2 to 4 year process of that regulation. So now we can start to draw power from that, and we're excited about that. So those are some of the things that we're doing on the installation side. I just wanted to touch on the security side and what energy does on that in terms of bulk fuel. And so one of the we obviously bring that acquisition expertise to the table on the bulk fuel side, but what we also bring is the ability to purchase with the Defense Working Capital Fund. And I won't get too deep into that, but what that does is that allows us, that gives us great capability to continue to purchase. But the real thing is, out of that, when we sell to the services, we're able to use a nice chunk of that money for infrastructure, sustainment, reutilization, and restoration, and modernization, which is critical. And we think about it forward, but as the Secretary has put emphasis on the NORTHCOM AOR, the U.S., we have looked now and said, hey, we need to make sure that our installations and our not only the energy but the fuel facilities are ready. Because as you mentioned, General, they're no longer sanctuaries, right? So they have to be ready. And so we saw this with the Southern Border Operations. And so that's just another example of where we didn't ever expect to have to use fuel that way in the States, but we're using it now. And so lastly, as we turn it over to Duke Energy, yes, great partnership with Duke and several other power companies along the East Coast, really across the U.S. And I can't emphasize how critical those partnerships are, because we don't generate power the services don't generate power. We rely on our partners in the commercial industry to do that for us, and so it's critical. Yeah. Thank you.
And I'm going to take moderator's privilege here and ask you to just dig in a little bit deeper on the partnership, because this is such a nice vignette of some of the specifics of how it works. And thank you for acknowledging that there are partnerships among several energy companies, because we can't do it. I haven't lost my we yet. The U.S., as we pursue our energy security mission, can't do it if it's not in partnership and with all of those benefits. But as we look at the Carolinas, where Duke is present, really major installations across the military services, and was wondering if you might be able to pull out just a couple of pieces, and then Richard, I'll ask you to talk about it from the utility side of the value that those types of partners bring when we talk about energy security.
Yeah, so with the partnerships, we're going to get the most up-to-date and modern delivery of that energy. Also, as our commercial partners transition to other forms of energy, we're going to be able to take advantage of that, which is going to provide that resilience for us. And then, again, I think we're going to be able to take advantage of that infrastructure or the improvement to infrastructure as we partner with the commercial industry. I do think that that resilience that we need in a time of whether it's conflict or just natural disaster, our partners in the commercial side will be able to deliver that to us. So I just think that. The other thing I would say too is in these partnerships, I think that we're able to leverage, leverage some of the land that we have and the partnerships with the commercial industry and where we may put and have done in the past other forms of alternative energy. And so it's a win-win for everybody as they are able to leverage that, say from a solar perspective, and we're able to take advantage of that as well. So I think hopefully that answers a little bit.
That is helpful. Thank you for the additional comments. And so, Richard, I'll turn to you as a partner and energy provider. You've got a pretty demanding customer here in the Department of Defense, but with a critical mission, and it is what we would call a no-fail mission. We're going to need that energy. And so I was hoping that you would be able to comment a little bit, picking up on the partnership between Duke and DoD to really illustrate what it means to be a partner on the other side. How are you providing energy? What is your makeup look like? How are you putting forth that resilience that is in demand and is the requirement for the mission set? But you're also providing for a community in an environment where, as everybody has noted, there are so many demands on the grid and that requirement for energy. We need to be sure that we're doing it safely, securely, and you are part of that mission assurance in that respect. And then we're also bringing forth new technology. Several of your co-panelists commented on as nuclear comes into our mix, but also as we look at different types of renewable energy, alternative energy sources. I would love to hear how Duke is thinking about this complex environment. No pressure, we're counting on you.
We're going to run out of time, so there is no pressure. No, I wanted to thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate those. Maybe start with just good old-fashioned resiliency, if I could, and I heard a couple references to storms. So we serve 8.5 million customers on the electric side, and we are both proud and honored to serve our U.S. military, especially in the Carolinas where we have a number of installations. Great partnership comes with great expectations, and if I use the example of storms, we are, I guess we are storm hardened to say the least. We serve in Hurricane Alley, and every year around this time we start counting up the number of storms we think we're going to get, and talk about how they're going to be more severe than the year before. And we haven't been doing this for 10 years. We've been doing this for 100 years. And so when I think about the activities around both hardening our infrastructure to prepare for those storms, but then also how we're going to respond to that, to the infrastructure damage, to outages, et cetera, for the 8.5 million customers, but also for some of our more critical customers, it does come back to something you said. Some of it is good hygiene, right? It's practicing, drilling, having your procedures. Yes, AI is going to help. It's not an easy button, at least not yet. And we do have technology ingrained in just about everything we do when we operate the grid. But those procedures are what allow us to do a couple of things. One is look at an all of the above strategy with our generation. So how are we not relying on one fuel type, one generation site, one generation source when we're serving our customers? But also, how are we looking to make investments in the wires so that we can flow the electrons around in a bidirectional way? And that can come down to simple things like self-healing networks, right? So if I lose you as a customer, I don't have to lose the whole circuit. I can just isolate you and keep everybody up and running. We've gotten very good at responding and getting people's power back on. Clearly, when we're restoring power, we have a prioritization framework that we drill against. Think about certainly the military, hospitals, if you will. We want to get those back online as quickly as possible. They are critical, and that is critical infrastructure. But as I look forward into our what we're entering in for the utilities is this era of growth that you referenced, and some of us are thinking, we haven't seen this since the 60s, right? And so when you start talking about how are we going to build out new nuclear generation, things that don't go online in 2 years, how are we going to prioritize not just what we do, but where we do it when it comes to investing in capacity on our grid and getting the transmission lines need to be? I think when I start thinking about those types of conversations and you look at a partnership like we have with the military, it offers you a lot of two things. One is the opportunity to be strategic. And second is the opportunity to plan. So we've got long horizons. The military, like us, is while certainly very responsive in the moment, is comfortable with those long-term planning horizons, and it gives us the chance to look at, well, where would a microgrid be the right answer? Where would leveraging some of the natural resources like land that the military has access to give us an opportunity to do something different, whether that be batteries, solar, but also making sure that we're designing the grid and the infrastructure around that to meet those demands. And so if I could go back to AI for a minute and then I'll close out, I think the really exciting thing for us is the fact that, especially in the Southeast, we're looking at being a prime option for some of these data centers to be sited, and those are bringing on loads the likes of which we've never seen. Well, but we have to lead with resiliency and reliability, and we have to keep power flowing to everybody's meter, right? While we bring on something that, I've heard in some of the previous panels, we're bringing on data centers the size of large cities in terms of power intake. And so that is a very careful calculation. I look forward to AI especially, and really just data and some of the systems we have playing a major part in how we serve that load, but it has to be an and. It has to be in addition to the loads we're serving today and keeping our customers satisfied and reliable and secure with their energy supply.
All right, thank you. And it is that security that's going to be so critically important. And so we have covered a lot of ground here in our conversation and wanted to give everyone the chance to close. I always like optimism, so that is a good place to land. We've got a big task ahead. Each of you is playing a critical role in the ecosystem. And I will go in the same order so that, Richard, you can catch your breath for a second. But I'd like to ask everybody to give a closing thought on what they hope to achieve over the course of the next, I'm gonna put it at 3 years, because 1 year is too short for the stuff that we're talking about, but 3 years gives us a mark to hit to advance energy security as we are talking about it in both the national security sense and also in the broader sense of our energy mission across the United States to create and maintain dominance no matter what we are doing. So I'm going to start with Rebecca and then just ask everybody to keep going in the order that you went.
Okay. Thanks, Meredith. So over the next 3 years, I would really love to consider how we can better use the department's depth and breadth to bring change to bear. We haven't had a well-articulated, consolidated strategy, and thinking about how do we bring all of these disparate pieces together, from operational energy intent to installation energy readiness, is going to be increasingly more critical as we think about hardening our grid, creating better durability, and I think that we're ready for it. I think all the pieces are there, and just laying them out in a roadmap is going to be ever more important. So I'm looking forward to leaning into that and seeing all of our needs come to fruition. Thank you.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, the threat is clear. We know that nation-state actors are pre-positioned inside our networks already. They are already inside the wire. And so the question is what we do about it. And I think the single most important thing that we can be doing over the next 2 years, you look at the worldwide threat assessment, I mentioned 2027 being a critical year. Between now and 2027, ensure that every critical energy infrastructure facility that supports the DoD and national security mission is secure in the next 2 years.
So Alex beat your timeline, which puts the pressure on me. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to deliver. But I think a couple of things are critically important is to make sure we are using all of the congressionally authorized capability to partner with industry, to ask the services to work together, to ask policy to ask Congress for more authority to work with industry partners to expand that capability, I think would be really critically important right now. It would be ideal to be able to say that all of the off-installation energy generation facilities are secure. I think that how we partner and help in that process is something that we need to explore more, and there's lots of opportunity there. So thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, I would love in the next 3 years. I think getting after the cyber piece is going to be critical. I would love to see what we do with that, and it plays a huge role in our supply chain. But really, I would love to see it mandatory for DLA Energy to be responsible for installation energy, the acquisition of installation energy for all of the services, and not because that does anything for us, but I think it would be best for DoD if we brought our expertise to bear. Right now, it's not mandatory for us to do that, and so the services have a choice. Thanks.
I would offer there's a little bit of a slippery slope there, right? It's the centralization of authority that becomes a bureaucratic nightmare. So I just, we need to be a little bit careful. I get your point, George, and I am supportive in principle.
Yes,
I think being able to purchase agreements at a higher level and consolidate those into one agreement is helpful. But the ability to maneuver as a service, as you know, I'm curious. I'm going to ask Admiral Gray when I get back to my office from CNIC what he thinks about your comment.
He's coming over too. He's seen the light. But I understand. I do understand that. I just think we bring a certain level of expertise that could help. That's the only reason. And if it didn't work, then that's fine.
If anybody wonders what I did at the Pentagon in my last job, this is a lot of how our days went, so you're getting the real insights here. And then Richard.
Yeah, I get to close after that. Thank you. I'll stick with my lane in technology, and so I'll just say two things around AI. One is I think that the threats that are posed from an energy security perspective just create a very ripe playing field for leveraging AI to protect against those threats. So really leaning into that. But then also, I think that how we leverage AI across a business like Duke Energy in a way that is safe and secure and protects the data and protects the system that we're operating is probably number 1 or 2 on my list right now. There's this desire to go fast and the desire to get value very quickly, and I need to make sure we do that in a way that, again, makes things better and doesn't introduce new risk.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you for allowing us to spend time here in the ecosystem where all of the circles overlap and have some insight and conversation about what everyone is thinking about when it comes to energy security. It is no single person, entity, or institution's mission, and if we are not thinking about how to work together, share the right information, preserve security, anticipate, mitigate, eliminate before we have to respond, then we are not doing our best in support of what is everybody's shared mission, health, safety, welfare, and security for the nation. So thank you for what you all do to think about that every day, for keeping a healthy conversation, collaboration, and tension about where the authority, accountability, and responsibility lies so that we are never leaving anyone alone, isolated, without the resources that they need, so that we can make sure that we stay on task and on target. So thank you all very much.
Thank you for joining us at the leadership stage. We will now be breaking for lunch. Programming will resume at 1:30 p.m. Programming for the leadership stage will start in approximately 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Our programming will begin momentarily. Please welcome members of the Fireside Chat on Foreign Policy and the Strategic Role of LNG Exports, moderated by Vice Chair, Atlantic Council Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security, and former U.S. Undersecretary of State for Global Affairs, Ambassador Paula J. Dobriansky.
Good morning, everyone. Let me get this mic up here so we get underway. Actually, it's good afternoon, excuse me. That's what happens when you come from overseas. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's Fireside Chat, which is on foreign policy and the strategic role of LNG exports. We have a great panel today. Let me say a few words just to put the discussion in context. We know that in recent years, U.S. LNG exports have transformed from what has been viewed as a kind of a commercial breakthrough to really a kind of powerful geopolitical tool. Some of the ways in which it's had an impact, it has bolstered alliances, reshaped energy diplomacy, and also reinforced economic resilience. Now, LNG's role in foreign policy, I would say, is more consequential than ever. And this panel is going to be focused on that. We're going to look at the strategic future of U.S. LNG. We'll look at where new markets are emerging, and also what policymakers have to prioritize to preserve the United States energy edge. So let me introduce our very distinguished panel. Across from me is Ambassador Jeff Pyatt, who was formerly the Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources. He is Senior Managing Director of Energy and Critical Minerals, McLarty Associates. We have over here Robert Fee, who is Vice President for Policy, Government, and Public Affairs, also manages International Affairs and Climate. He manages quite a bit at Cheniere, and we welcome you. And then we have Reed Lanson over here, who's an economist, with Kepler, and welcome to you. So let me get underway. Ambassador Pyatt, and I'm going to call you Jeff from here on, though.
Thanks, Paula.
Jeff, first, let's go to the question of, have LNG exports really impacted How have they impacted transatlantic relations? Especially, you were former ambassador to Ukraine, looking at what Russia's been doing relative to using energy and weaponizing energy. How has this fit in that overall framework?
Thanks, Paula. U.S. LNG production, our transatlantic energy relationship has really been transformative over the past couple of years. I say that because in 2022, when the war began, when Putin began to weaponize his gas resource, I was living in the EU as U.S. ambassador in Greece. I saw from the energy minister, from the politicians and business people I dealt with, real panic about how they were going to fill their requirements for the winter of 2022-23. And I will say two things in retrospect. First of all, an amazing, amazing success story, surging American LNG production to fill that 36 BCM hole as Europe began to decouple from Russian supplies, much faster than I think anybody predicted in February of 2022. But also, really, really importantly, how the reliable supplies that producers like Cheniere offered to European markets really transformed the European conversation about their relationship with Russia. And the fact that today you have Commissioner Jorgensen speaking as clearly as he is, and President von der Leyen making very clear that Europe is never going to go back to Russian gas supplies, and that they are committed in a legal sense to getting to zero Russian gas by 2027, is a huge victory for about 2 decades of transatlantic energy diplomacy.
It's a rather significant shift in this case. And by the way, because this is the Atlantic Council here sponsoring, I know the Atlantic Council has been a big proponent of the 3 Cs initiative. And actually, one of the first exports was U.S. LNG to Poland, actually, as part of that initiative. So things have gotten underway. Let me go to Reed. Reed, you know, you're an economist, and a natural question for you, in which I think those here in this audience are interested in, are where are new markets emerging, in fact, for U.S. LNG? Where do you think they are, and how can they be leveraged, actually, with our allies?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to level set. Like the United States 10 years ago was less than 5% of global LNG supply. Now it's 25%, right? And that really provides a huge amount of optionality for the United States to play in this geopolitical realm. And, you know, especially post-Ukraine, America has played a critical role in helping to fill the supply gap left by Russia. Right, last year alone, 52% of U.S. LNG headed to Europe. So far this year, over 70% of U.S. LNG has ended up in Europe. However, that begs the question, what are some other potential markets that the United States could play in? And I think the obvious answer is East Asia, specifically the Asian democracies. You look at a country like China. China imports a lot of LNG from places like Australia. But it's our understanding that, you know, over the next 4 to 5 years, China's going to want to diversify away from places like Australia and also the United States. And that leaves a supply gap in places like South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, who will no longer be able to pull on so much, say, Qatari or Russian gas, and instead will need alternative supplies. And so I think when we're looking at alternative markets for U.S. LNG over the next 5 years, I think really focusing in on those Asian democracies who will need a lot of additional LNG, and the U.S. will be able to provide it.
Let me just ask in that context, how is it leveraged to actually benefit allies' energy security by doing this? What's the interrelationship there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, clear we have conflict all over the world now, right? And I think a stable, access to stable supply out of the United States is really attractive. Let's even just look at Qatari gas, right? It requires the use of a very stable water, potentially unstable waterway, given what's going on right now. And keep in mind that 25% of global LNG comes from the Middle East, has to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, right? So the U.S. is a good alternative that could be a bit more stable.
Well, I was going to say, sometimes, a point like that may be obvious, but I felt it was very worth your saying, especially given the events of the day in this case. So, Robert, the question for you, you might want to respond to, your name was invoked and Cheniere was invoked because you certainly, your company has really played very much on the ground in transatlantic relations, and you might want to add to what Jeff said. But also, could you address the question of, some have argued that LNG has become, politicized from administration to administration. And do you think that this affects U.S. competitiveness? But why don't you respond to the first question I asked, given Cheniere's great work in the region?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Thanks to the Atlantic Council for having us. I think I can answer both those questions and talk about what Ambassador Pyatt said, and also go back to what you said in your opening remarks about what U.S. LNG has represented in the last decade plus since we've come online. And you talk about geopolitically the role that LNG plays and that the benefits for the U.S. government, but also for our friends and allies. I think that benefit fundamentally comes from the commercial nature of U.S. LNG. So the fact that our contracts are all destination flexible, destination free, gives a flexibility to our customers to bring that LNG wherever they want. And that's what happened in 2022 when our customers redirected supplies to the market, Europe, where it was needed. And so that the fundamental benefit of U.S. LNG is its commercial nature. So we're not a state-owned company, we're not directed by the state. As LNG gets discussed more, it has been politicized in the past couple of years and past couple of administrations on different issues. And I do think that can somewhat undermine that fundamental benefit of U.S. LNG, because one of the reasons that customers chose LNG, not just from a supply diversity perspective, was because of low political risk. Fundamentally, that exists in the U.S., and I think we have faith that it always will because of the legal system here. But as you have pressures on regulatory permitting or on trade issues, that can tend to increase the risk potentially for some customers. I don't think that it hurts our competitiveness. U.S. is still an incredibly competitive product and one of the few supply sources that is expected to grow over the next decade. But managing that political risk, I think, is something that all customers think about. But when you think about still going forward, the U.S. compared to other countries, the U.S. has very low political risk.
Okay, thank you. A question I'd like to ask Reed and Robert and Jeff, if you want to jump in on this. It's a question of tariffs. I know that this question comes up, but what is the impact that you see, or can we see, relative to LNG exports?
Yeah, and just to speak on one point that Rob made,
please.
The U.S. is actually becoming a center for LNG spot trading. So a lot of historical LNG flows have been on long-term contracts, but now what we're seeing in the Gulf is a lot of players who are, with these offtake agreements, are reselling it back into the market. That makes the U.S. a great swing producer, right? If you have demand that really needs that LNG in any given month, U.S. supply is really responsive to it. Now, I guess, when we kind of think about tariff policy, of course, it brings into question the stability of supply over time. And again, I think it's unclear where all of this is going. But I think when you look at the Trump administration and policymakers more broadly in Washington right now, I think there is a clear understanding that U.S. energy is a critical source of geopolitical soft power. And I think that's something that we'll continue to see moving forward.
That's, by the way, if I may add just a footnote to what you said, that's interesting you say it, because Ursula von der Leyen, I noticed that her response on tariffs, she wants 0 tariffs. That's what she came back to President Trump with, and after saying that she was disappointed about the approach. But what did she turn to put on the table as an offer? It was energy, actually. Actually, it was LNG. So, as I recall, and that just literally supports what you've just said. Robert, how about you?
Yeah, and President von der Leyen is not the first European Union, European Commission president to talk about buying more LNG. So I think the Trump administration I think, correctly recognizes the role of U.S. LNG in a way that previous administrations have not. They also see it as a way, through the tariff and the trade negotiations, as a way to correct the trade imbalance with other countries. I think one important note for that, and that's certainly a tailwind for our industry, but generally speaking, LNG contracts are very long-term. So when we think about our LNG contracts with customers, these are marriages, 20-year contracts. You need to be able to deal with this company for a long, long time. So companies do not rush into those contracts just because of political pressure. So while U.S. LNG is part of the Trump administration's toolkit in terms of tariffs and trade, I think most of the deals that have been made in the last administration or will be made in this administration are commercial, and we're going to be done anyway.
Jeff, do you want to add a point on this?
Maybe just very quickly, and I think
Please.
one of the challenges analytically is that in an industry that thinks in terms of decades-long investments, this LNG surge from the U.S. has come about really in the blink of an eye. In the course of 10 years, we have grown to be the largest LNG producer in the world. We're going to double that capacity by the end of this decade. And the IEA just came out with their annual global gas report. And one of the things they drill down on is FIDs over the past few years. And one of the data points they point to is that so much of a majority of FIDs in the LNG sector over the past couple of years have come from one market, from the United States. So this geopolitical advantage that we acquire from our gas resource is only going to grow in the years ahead. We need to think about how we use that in our trade negotiations, in our security negotiations, in our alliance relationships with partners in the Asia Pacific and in Europe. But I think we also have to think about what it means for how we talk to our markets, both, and Robert makes the point. I mean, when I was out as ENR Assistant Secretary, I couldn't speak for Cheniere. I could speak for American producers. But governments came to us asking for the signal of reliability, and I would point them to the numbers. But I think it's sort of a whole new part of how we conduct our diplomacy, which emerged, as I said, really just over the course of the past decade. And the last data point I would flag here, the S&P analysis that was published in December on the growth of the U.S. LNG industry, the point that LNG today is a larger share of U.S. exports than corn and soybean together, I think would be a surprise to a lot of people, even here in Washington, D.C.
Good data point. Jeff, let me stick with you and pose the question about infrastructure and infrastructure challenges or bottlenecks, ports, pipelines, processing. How does the U.S., what's the best avenue for the United States to deal with such challenges and basically to prioritize its own strategy on LNG?
So back to the division of labor between private sector and government, and I was impressed. My friend Toby Rice at EQT at CERAWeek was going around with a hat that said "Build, baby, build," making the point that your question alludes to, that one of the constraining factors right now is building out more liquefaction, more gas transport. Where government can play a critically important role is in the markets. So when I was in government, and even now that I'm out, talking to DFC about how we leverage U.S. trade finance toolkits through DFC or TDA or EXIM in order to facilitate the deployment of new FSRUs, new pipelines, new gas storage capacity. And that's the other part of the Europe story over the past few years since 2022 is the huge growth of regas capacity in Italy, in Greece, in Germany, all of which was facilitated by American diplomacy, but was built specifically to receive U.S. cargoes.
Great. Reed and then Robert, let's get your perspective on this issue. How do you see it?
It sure helps that a lot of this is happening in Texas because you have no cross-state, a lot of like additional gas productions coming out of the Permian. And it's a lot easier to build an intrastate pipeline. However, with that being said, from the macroeconomist's point of view, I think it really requires a focus at the federal government level to make it clear what companies need to do. Right now, I get a lot of questions that I can't answer about, how do we get this project done, right? What's the next step? Who do I need to speak to in the federal government? And so I think even just simple steps like that to reduce frictions between private industry and the central government, the federal government is super key.
Okay, Robert.
Pipelines. We have no problem building liquefaction infrastructure. Permitting regulatory issues is a problem in the U.S., and that's not true just for LNG and oil and gas. It's a problem for data centers and renewables, as other panelists have talked about. The limiting factor in the U.S. is going to be pipelines. It is increasingly every day more difficult or time-consuming to permit an LNG facility, but it's still relatively straightforward. Pipelines are a problem, particularly, and that's why you see so many pipelines being built in Texas that can reach the Gulf Coast, but we'd really love to get some of the Marcellus gas from, more Marcellus gas from Toby Rice and EQT down to the Gulf Coast. But we really need to figure out how to build things again in this country and do so in a timely manner.
All right. Jeff, I want to especially ask you this question because, the title of this is about foreign policy and looking at LNG exports. And so relative to diplomacy, that term is used in energy diplomacy. You were the assistant secretary in this regard. So what would you say, how has this reshaped global energy diplomacy? I think earlier, you gave points about what has shifted and changed, but take it a little bit deeper in terms of the connections with different allies, partners, growing relationships. How has it been used in a geopolitical state and also in the context of geopolitical or great power competition?
So our energy resource, our LNG resource, has been indispensable to the ability of the United States to support Europe's decision to decouple from Russian gas. That's a decision that will have legs. The same has been true in terms of our Trans-Pacific relationships with key allies like Japan and Korea, who are grappling with an Australian asset that will inevitably decline in the years ahead. They're looking to the United States as a principal source of supply. I know Governor Dunleavy has been here talking about the opportunities around Alaska LNG, but that's the key point, that the United States is in a moment of greater energy abundance than we have experienced at any time since the end of the Second World War. So we can factor that into our geopolitical strategy and think about how we leverage those energy resources to advance our security interests, to strengthen our alliances, and to undermine our adversaries.
Let me, if you don't mind, I want to ask about one particular country, if I can, because they were looking at LNG and kind of a back and forth because they don't have the port or the facility originally, Germany. Where do you see that heading? Can you say a word on that?
So Germany, I think, has been ground zero for the shift in European perceptions. I mean, the Poles and the Balts needed no convincing in terms of the unreliability of Gazprom. But I think the fact that Chancellor Merz has been so clear in recent weeks about his determination never to see Nord Stream 2 turned on again, and his determination to continue to build Germany's energy independence is facilitated by one thing, and that's the success of American producers, a variety of companies that really stepped up and can offer the reliability that Robert talked about, which Russia clearly cannot demonstrate. I think the debate inevitably, because German industry became so highly dependent on Russian gas supplies, we're going to have to rejoin that debate from time to time, and I think that's where consistency from the White House and from Washington is so important in terms of the reliability of American production, and as we've heard, there is no resource constraint in terms of U.S. gas exports, but also our determination to be a reliable supplier and to ensure that we are not empowering our adversary in Moscow by letting off the pressure that the State Department has led on Novatek, on Arctic LNG 2, on the sanctions that we pursued against the Shadow Fleet, on the work that many, many people across the U.S. government did after February of 2022 to reduce Russia's oil and gas revenue as fast as possible.
Thanks for putting that in context. I think it was important to have that kind of specificity, particularly about that shift in Germany, for example. Let me just ask, Robert or Reed, do either of you want to jump in on this particular question from your perspectives? Both of you. Reed, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just thinking more broadly about where Europe is right now. They are stepping back from a reliance on Russian gas. We'll see what happens on the LNG side. But kind of, I quoted some statistics earlier in this chat about, half of U.S. LNG is going to Europe. Keep in mind, 40 to 50%, depending on the month, of European LNG is being sourced from the United States as well. So I think it's just really important to understand that this trade flow is really critical. And, as the U.S. continues to see exports grow over the next 4 to 5 years, it's really important that we emphasize this trade partnership because it's clear Europe needs our gas and they're a key source of a key market for producers in the U.S.
Okay, and Robert, would you like to comment on this?
Sure, I'll just, I guess, bring it in a little bit of a different direction and just say that there is incredible alignment between the U.S. and the EU on these trade issues. There also is from the role of LNG, and that includes from a climate perspective. And so the U.S., particularly U.S. companies, have been some of the leaders in taking action on methane emissions. We now see the European Union taking action with a methane emissions regulation that will impact imports of LNG. And so I think the Europeans and the U.S. need to keep that close relationship in mind when we think about how do we practically implement that regulation, because right now there's a gap between what U.S. companies are doing and what U.S. regulations are doing and what the EU is requiring. And that's going to be difficult, not for European supplies, but when you think about the rest of the world, the U.S., if the U.S., the leader in these actions, is having difficulty meeting this regulation, what is that going to mean for the rest of their suppliers?
Okay, great. We have about 5 more minutes, and in these 5 minutes, I wanted to have a question, a kind of closing question that I think is important for each of you to address, and I'm going to start with Reed, and that I think is important for all our participants in the Atlantic Council, the Global Energy Forum. So Reed, really what would you say the next decade is going to look like for U.S. LNG diplomacy and our energy export? What is it going to look like? And also, what would you say are the most important issues that need to be highlighted for policymakers in order to prioritize and maximize and get this right?
Yeah, I think it's clear to understand, again, the U.S. is going to be a key supply driver over the next 5 years. Just consider, by the end of 2026, we see U.S. LNG exports at more than 11 million tons per month. That's an additional 2 million tons per month relative to where we are now, right? That's a huge increase, and again, this kind of builds on this 10-year rapid build-out that we have seen. I think it's important to focus in, again, on the economic benefits. And again, if you're an American policymaker going out and engaging in trade talks with other countries, really focusing on the fact that U.S. LNG supply is going to play a critical role in driving down your big natural gas and LNG price benchmarks in places like Europe and Asia, right? The JKM and TTF benchmarks that right now will often trade at $10 or $15, even $20 above Henry Hub. Right, there is a lot of opportunity to pull these prices lower and improve economic outcomes in a lot of these big importing economies, and that's a real opportunity.
By the way, before we go to Jeff, because we're here in the nation's capital, and certainly the executive branch has been pushing this, do you feel confident that the legislative branch is doing the same on this issue?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of understanding and willingness at the legislative level that, again, kind of going back to what I said earlier, there's a tremendous amount of soft power, right, that comes with being able to export a lot of U.S. commodities, LNG to oil, a lot of other stuff, right? And so I think it's in the best interest of the American people, right, to pursue these policies. And that means that, the focus on the Hill is there.
Okay, Jeff?
So, looking out a decade, the world is going to need all the energy it can find. And especially in the developing world, we've just scratched the surface in terms of the ability to receive LNG cargoes and to use LNG critically to accomplish what we've accomplished in the US, where we have lowered the carbon intensity of our energy system by substituting coal for gas in thermal generation. A lot of this is a story of American innovation. When I talk to ExxonMobil or Chevron and I hear what they're doing in their gas production for electrification and better abatement and monitoring of methane and fugitive emissions. Post-government, I've been working with Accelerate and what they do with their FSRU assets, the speed to market that resource provides. What Venture Global's been doing with its modular designs. This is a new industry, only a decade old, and you have to imagine seeing the pace of innovation that the industry has already demonstrated that there's going to be further dramatic progress, but you're also going to see a widening of the market. So today, 70% of US LNG is going to wealthy European consumers. But a decade from now, I expect you'll see a lot more cargoes going to markets in South America, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, because the energy demand is there and because of the growth in demand for electrification that the IEA has documented.
All right, great, thank you. And Robert?
So luckily, I don't think it's going to take a decade, right? What is going to happen in the next few years, to use MTPA, because we're in the LNG industry, but keep it round numbers for everyone. Global LNG industry is 400 million tons today. US is 100 million tons, 25%. In the next 5 years, the US is going to get to 200 million tons. Incredible growth. Rest of the LNG industry is going to add around a similar amount, primarily coming out of Qatar. So the total LNG industry in the next 5 years gets to 600 million tons, of which the US is 200. So it moves from 25 to 30% market share. That supply wave in the next few years is going to dramatically reduce global prices, global LNG prices, and that's going to lead to a reversal of what happened after 2022, which was that LNG was all flowing to Europe because Europe was the highest priced market, and they priced out other markets like Pakistan and Bangladesh notably. One of the results of that was an incredible resurgence in coal use and carbon emissions. So IEA predicted in 2020 that 2013 was the peak of coal utilization. Well, we've peaked coal utilization every year for the past 4 years, and that is on pace to continue. So we need that LNG supply wave. Some of the questions going forward is how much more can the US build? So we have 100 million tons of growth that is coming, probably could do another 50 within the next decade. That'll depend in part upon domestic pipeline build out and economic issues with inflation in the US. So I think we're going to see that incredible growth in the LNG industry. The question is, how deeply does that supply wave permeate the rest of the market? And so are other nations outside of Europe and those who have the 40 countries-ish that have historically used LNG, if more can enjoy that flexible supply?
So what I hear from all three of you in conclusion is that LNG is rather exciting. It's already really brought about significant change, and that more change is to be expected, but you also added the cautionary note, there are going to be some challenges in the time ahead that have to be dealt with. So this has been a great panel. Really thank you three distinguished panelists for coming, and please join me in thanking them for coming this afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in preparation for our next panel. Please take your seats. Thank you. Please welcome the members of the panel on the Inflation Reduction Act and Beyond, Innovation and Leadership in the New Energy Economy, moderated by Senior Policy Advisor at Van Ness Feldman and co-founder of Natural Allies, the Honorable Mary Landrieu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're one of the latest or last panels of a magnificent 2 days, so I just want to begin by thanking everyone for attending this sort of amazing gathering in Washington that's brought leaders from all over the globe, and to have this exciting and I think encouraging panel as one of the sort of last panels to send us off to do all the work that we're here to do. I want to just begin before I introduce the panelists that are with me by thanking the Atlantic Council for putting this together. It could not have happened at a more important time given the conversation, confusion, and maybe mixed signals that we're hearing out of Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, and a place where people from all over the globe look for leadership. I think they've found it here at the Atlantic Council Conference, so thank all of you for what you have contributed. I also want to thank Senator Cassidy, Senator Higginlooper, and Senator Coons for participating. I want to say I'm proud to have worked with these leaders for many, many years, and in particular, with the Climate Solutions Foundation, which I helped to co-found a few years ago. And all three of these senators that showed up are active members of that bipartisan coalition on Washington trying to find a way forward to advance durable bipartisan energy and climate solutions for the globe. So I really wanted to thank them. Now, it's my honor to introduce our panelists in no particular order, but I'm going to start with Mike Candizzaro. I could go on and on. Mike has spent many years in Washington, is one of the go-to guys on this subject. But one of the positions that he held that was so important, he served as special assistant to President Trump for domestic energy and environmental policy at the White House, National Economic Council in the first Trump term. He started his career as a journalist, very knowledgeable. We're thrilled to have him. Josh Freed, here to my left, is Senior Vice President for Climate and Energy Programs at Third Way. Josh has one of the toughest jobs in town, along with me and others, trying to build bipartisan consensus on things. But for the last 15 years, he's led the Third Way's climate and energy programs, overseeing strategies to advance policies for the United States and allies working together to create and use independent clean energy systems to increase economic prosperity, ensure our national security, and protect democracy. Josh, thank you. That's a tall order. Next to him is, I'll go to Maria next. Next, across from me is Maria Korsnick, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Nuclear Energy Institute. Maria started her career with a Bachelor of Nuclear Engineering. Besides bringing a tremendous amount of policy experience, this leader has operated 5 nuclear reactors at 3 different nuclear reactor sites and is here to give us her views and expertise. And thank you for your leadership, Maria. And then finally, we have Tim Latimer, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Fervo. Tim started out in the oil and gas fields, brought his experience now to a new and exciting technology, and he worked also as a consultant with the Boston Consulting Group. So he's been spending a lot of time on Capitol Hill these last few days. And so let me begin with you, Josh, asking a question. Our panel is really about the IRA and the future. You spend a lot of time trying to build consensus. The third way was actually instrumental in the drafting of that legislation. We know it's gone through many, many changes. That discussion is still underway at the Capitol, both House, Senate, and White House. So give us your views about overall, big picture, what's going on, what are you pleased about, what are you disappointed about, what are you hoping some of these outcomes might be?
Yeah, and so I think the key point to start with is the baseline of what Senator Manchin, who really did drive the development and underlying legislation that was and is the Inflation Reduction Act, was trying to accomplish. And recall, we went through the drama that's happening with the Big Beautiful Bill, I think still pales in comparison to the year-long drama in what happened prior to Build Back Better being renamed the Inflation Reduction Act, failing or dying and then getting resurrected. And it got resurrected after Russia invaded Ukraine. And Senator Manchin at the time, and has since repeatedly said, he saw the energy components of that as an energy independence and energy security bill. And that is very much how Third Way saw it in working with him and others in the Senate, and how we see the components of that bill still. And whether it's the manufacturing side, batteries, EVs, nuclear, the whole thing, it's looking at how does the United States generate as much energy domestically, manufacture it, and innovate it. The challenge now is all of these parts are in different ways facing a lot of uncertainty. We'll have to see what happens between the House version, which we were incredibly troubled by, because even the parts that were being kept on were being rolled back so that, frankly, their commenced construction dates were so soon it was as difficult, if not impossible, to use, to a point now where we've got really good progress, particularly on nuclear, geothermal, and other areas. But it's still a long way between where it is today, getting it through the Senate, and then seeing how the Senate and House reconcile the differences between the two bills.
Thank you. Mike, let me go to you now. You've worked in the White House. You work closely with Republicans on the Hill, House and Senate. You just heard what Josh said about the changes that are being made as we speak to the Senate, moving from the House to the Senate. Do you see a difference in the way the leaders are looking at right now, the Republicans, an advanced energy economy? You know, is there a difference between climate action and advanced energy economy? Are they seeing some of the maybe opportunities that still lie ahead of us?
Yeah, well, first, thanks to the Atlantic Council. Thanks to you, Senator Landrieu, for this great panel. Yeah, I think with respect to Republicans, many Republicans on the Hill view action on energy policy and climate action as one and the same. I think they view a robust national energy economy. When we're producing here in the United States all the above, that's a great thing because we're doing it better than everyone else. We're emitting less than everyone else in the rest of the world. So again, two sides of the same coin for them. I think when you look at the Inflation Reduction Act, obviously it was conceived in a partisan way, and you know, no one can really begrudge President Biden and the Democrats who had complete control of Washington, D.C., and they had a very clear idea of what they wanted to accomplish, and they went for it. And Republicans are doing the same thing now with reconciliation. You talked eloquently at the outset about the need for enduring bipartisan consensus on these issues. That comes from legislation now through regulation. And you know, again, hopefully we can get back to that. But when you pass legislation along partisan lines and very narrow margins, it's not surprising that then the next party will come back and seek to undo it. And so I'm hopeful, nonetheless, that we can get back to, you know, regular order, try to get to bipartisanship, which we had some of that during the Biden administration with the IIJA, with the CHIPS Act and other things. But I think there's a real opportunity here with respect to energy policy, permitting reform, you say advanced energy economies, maybe some R&D. There is a package that is there. It's going to be very difficult to get it, don't get me wrong, in the partisan environment we're in. But the needs are so acute, particularly on the grid, we have to move right now. We have very little time to waste given where we are.
Thank you for raising that point about the needs on the grid and the needs of producing more energy. That is really pushing the policymakers because of that push, and they can feel it in their individual districts, in their states. They hear their governors talking about where the electrons are going to come from. So that's got to be a bit of an incentive for both parties to try and find a way forward and try to find the electrons they need to build their districts. Maria, you've been in a pretty good spot with reconciliation. I think there have been some improvements made both in the House and the Senate. There seems to be bipartisan support growing for a nuclear renaissance in this country. And of course, the Third Way was very instrumental in many other groups represented here. But can you comment about, I know negotiations aren't over. I know the conversations are still going on, but what are the 2 or 3 most important things that are being adjusted, and what's the outlook for nuclear for the next couple of years in your mind?
Well, great. Thank you so much for the question, and I'll build on what Josh already put in play, and that is that the first, I'll say, version of the House was pretty tough on nuclear, and so we were really very concerned that it was not consistent with the conversations not only had we had on the Hill, but we had with the White House. And in that final stage, the manager's amendment, there were some changes to the nuclear pieces for the tax credits that were more favorable. And now we understand just earlier this week, it came from the Senate Finance Committee, and there was some additional improvements. So one example would be the version that came over from the House. You had to start construction by 2028 to get the credit, and now that's been adjusted to 2033 for full credit. If you start construction in 2034, you get 75% of the credit, and I think one more year you get 25% of the credit. So as the example to what Josh mentions, when the early had to start construction by in order to get credit, was pretty tight. And so it's just an example of some things that are more consistent with what we need for nuclear. And I would say in a broader sense, regardless of the eaches that we could go through in the bill, it's a signal. It's a signal that the administration is very supportive for nuclear. Think about, they just gave out 4 executive orders. We can talk about those later. It's a signal that on both the House and the Senate side that there is continuing support. So I know it's tough these days to get much in the bipartisan nature, but you do still get that for nuclear. Another example was last year, the ADVANCE Act passed, and that was voted 88-2 in the Senate. Very few things that get 88 votes in the Senate. So I just want, a couple of data points there for people to appreciate that nuclear is still very much a bipartisan conversation.
And I'm going to come back in a minute to ask you about the current 90 so large reactors that we have, if my numbers are correct, and what may be some of the new SMRs and new technologies that are being developed, and how does that fit with our current fleet. But let me go to Tim. And I'm not going to let him brag so much up here about how much everybody likes thermal energy, but geothermal energy, but he's going to probably brag just a little bit. But Tim, tell us about, really seriously, we're hearing so many positive things from both sides of the aisle on this. The former Secretary of Energy, this was maybe her favorite subject, as we remember. The current administration is very positive. Our current Secretary Wright actually knows a lot about this since he personally invested in this technology and is very knowledgeable about it. So tell us why people are interested, excited. What is the true capacity of the United States on this? And does every region benefit from it, or is it just in certain areas like the West?
Yeah, it's a great question, and thank you for hosting this conversation, and glad to be here. There's a lot to like about geothermal, and that's why we're enjoying broad bipartisan support now. It's a resource that can be developed relatively quickly. At our site in Utah, we're going to go from first drilling to electrons on the grid in under 3 years. It's a resource that produces in a baseload round-the-clock fashion, There's no carbon emissions, there's no fuel supply chains that you need to worry about. So whenever you start thinking about energy priorities or climate priorities or a national agenda on American competitiveness, it has everything that you want there. And on top of that, the technologies that we're developing at Fervo are building upon uniquely American innovation in the sense that we're adopting the horizontal drilling practices and hydraulic fracturing technology that unlocked the shale resource here in the United States as well. So it enjoys broad bipartisan support. And the potential is actually immense, but it has required new technology to get there. And to your point about, is it only in the West or can it impact other parts of the country? I actually think the broad perception for more traditional style geothermal was that you had to have Iceland's geology or New Zealand's geology or Northern California's geology to make it work. And we didn't have the technology to expand beyond that. And so as a result, I think it wasn't in the conversation from a federal policy standpoint because it only impacted a few states, and the perception was that geothermal was sort of done. And so we used to joke that geothermal has always been bipartisan in the sense that neither party cared about it before. And we've now managed to make this great move, and actually we got some semblance of that. I can echo the comments about the bipartisan nature of nuclear and how that's been making its way through the One Big Beautiful Bill. In the House version that passed, we actually did not get at first the same benefits of that last minute carve out that nuclear got, and it was almost like feeling deja vu. Parties were being ignored again because we pressed folks that we knew on the Hill. Why not? And there's no opposition, right? It's just not top of mind. And so we were delighted earlier this week to see that the Senate Finance mark included, rightly so, geothermal in the same conversation as nuclear because they really solve the same American energy priorities. And so we are moving in that direction, and the real reason is because the technologies we've unlocked from being able to drill immensely deeper at a fraction of the cost and to enhance well productivity through these well stimulation techniques opens it up to be truly a 50-state resource. So we're starting in the West, because that's where the best geology is. But we are going to be quickly expanding this across the whole country. And the most recent report actually that just came out last week from the U.S. Geological Survey said, looking at geothermal through the lens of the advanced technologies that have been developed just in the last couple of years takes the potential up to 1,400 gigawatts in the country, not 50 gigawatts or 4, which is what we have on the grid now. And so that's why it's part of the conversation, is because there's been a technology breakthrough that has opened this resource up to true scalability for the first time.
One of the patterns, having spent a lot of time in Washington, 18 years in the Senate, I've watched year after year after year predictions that we're going to run out of oil, we're going to run out of gas, we're going to run out of this, we're going to run out of that. And every year we just defy those expectations because of American ingenuity and technology. And again, we can't depend on that. We don't have enough of it. Well, if you don't look, you won't find it. And when we look, we usually find a lot of resources that maybe we didn't realize we have. I think maybe this is another example of what I'm sharing. Maria, let me go back to you about small modular nuclear, because I think most people in the country are familiar with the large nuclear plants. You ran 5 of them on 3 sites. We have several, and Entergy does in Louisiana. I'm very familiar with our sites. I serve on the Evergy board. We have Wolf Creek, one of the best in the country. Tell us about small modular nuclears. How do they differ from our big ones? And what are some of the interesting technologies that you're seeing, and how do you think those will be used by industry, the small modular reactors?
Yeah, great, thanks. Well, maybe just to begin, when you say everybody knows about the large ones, I often find that they actually don't know how many large ones we have. So we have 94 reactors that operate here in the United States today, and they operate very well. We should be very proud of the U.S. fleet. It's had a greater than 90% capacity factor, which means the amount of time that it runs, greater than 90% for over 20 years. So it shows that we run and operate these plants extremely well. And the question is, okay, but as we look ahead, is it only the large reactors, or is there something else in the innovation pipeline? And I would say that innovation pipeline is chock-a-block full. Lots of things in there. There's new types of fuel in there. There is smaller reactors. She mentioned small modular reactors, and just for argument's sake, let's imagine that's something around, say, 300 megawatts. They vary, but let's just for argument's sake say it's sort of in that zip code. And then there's also microreactors, and microreactors are smaller than small. So think about things, you know, in the maybe 50 megawatt or less kind of regime. And so what's interesting about that is whereas in the past, if you thought about nuclear, you really just thought about gigawatt-size things. So you needed a pretty big thing to hook into because you have a gigawatt thing to plug, right? And now, all of a sudden, you have all shapes and sizes, various things, and so it's a really fantastic time, honestly, to be in the nuclear industry because it's like opening up all these new ideas and new doors of, oh, well, I didn't know I could use that. Think of the oil and gas industry. They have on their offshore oil platforms the need for a lot of diesel generators. They need the small chunks of power. Well, they're thinking about why couldn't that be a microreactor, right? Could that be a microreactor? So they're investigating things like that. So even people today that are using energy in a different source, once nuclear comes in all these shapes and sizes, they're asking themselves, could that be nuclear? Be in a remote mining location and you want really reliable energy. It might be hard to get where you are. You might be in a place that you can only access certain months of the year because it's in such a remote location, right? Well, if you had a microreactor, it could operate maybe 10 plus years on one load of fuel. It's incredibly attractive if you're in a very remote location. So her question is, well, how might people use this? I can tell you it's sort of endless. People are really being creative about saying, wow, not only can it come in a smaller chunk of power, but I might be able to use it for a longer period of time before I have to add new additional fuel to it. Really, really very attractive. Some people don't just want the electricity, which is mostly what we're talking about here. They might just want high temperature steam. Maybe you're a Dow Chemical, and maybe you want that high temperature steam for your process. Well, some of these makes and models are going to make steam at like 900 degrees Celsius. That's pretty hot, okay? That's very attractive to some people depending on what you're manufacturing. So it's whether or not you want the steam, whether you want the electricity, maybe you want a little bit of both. You still need something even more energetic than that. Maybe it's hydrogen. Well, you can use these to make hydrogen and use that as your fuel source. So it's the reliability of nuclear that's really making it attractive as a solution set. And the fact that it comes in all these shapes and sizes lets you tailor it to whatever your business needs are or whatever your energy needs are. It's an incredibly interesting time.
And Mike, let me go to you, not to stay on nuclear the whole time. I'm going to shift in a minute. But because it's bipartisan and because this is a, you know, we want to leave on a positive note, and there are many positive things. This is a bipartisan effort. Congress is making steps. There have been some investments made. When you were Domestic Policy Council advisor, how did you or did you hear companies in America talking about nuclear as a source of baseload power? And how does that potentially support the growth of our manufacturing sector? Because Maria's right. We've all been focused on electricity, the grid, you know, powering our homes, our businesses, but it's really the power sector, the manufacturing, the heat that's needed to produce our steel and chemicals. As domestic policy advisor, how did you talk about this and the importance for the U.S.?
Yeah, well, President Trump, going back to the first term, has been a strong supporter of nuclear energy. I worked on a civil nuclear review at the president's request, and we saw, you know, Maria referenced the 4 executive orders that were just signed. So there's no question that President Trump and this administration is doing everything possible to get nuclear deployed as quickly as possible. And so I think, you know, this bipartisan thing cannot be underestimated in terms of the significant momentum that it provides to nuclear, because other sources of energy have partisan headwinds, if you will, whether it's natural gas or wind or solar or coal. Nuclear doesn't have that problem. And the other thing is it checks the box, I think, for, you know, the biggest issue we're facing right now is the increase in load growth from AI and data centers and electrification and onshoring from manufacturing. How are we going to meet that increased load growth over the next 5 years? It's probably going to be 2% increase year over year for 5 years. If that's to be believed, even if it's half that, it's still a significant number. The way to do it, if you're a hyperscaler and say you have a net zero commitment, you have a 2040 commitment where you want to, again, get your greenhouse gas emissions down to zero, the best way to do that is to hook up to a nuclear power plant. Whether it's an existing plant, which is what we're seeing in the marketplace, which is really interesting, is these kind of new contractual developments between merchant power plants, nuclear plants, and Amazon and other, again, hyperscalers. But the new nuclear plants, what we really need to focus on, what I was focused on when I was in the White House, and I know this White House is looking at it every single day, is how do we get the permitting licensing process to be as expedited, as efficient as possible? I mean, I think if you look in SMR, maybe today, can it take 7 to 8 years? I'm very confident, however, that number is going to be reduced. Maybe it could be cut in half again. There is the will there to do that on both sides of the aisle. So that's going to be really important, I think, for new nuclear, is to, again, to get those permitting regimes much more certain, again, much more efficient and expedited, so we can deploy the new power we need on the grid as fast as we possibly can.
But yes, and I agree with you, but clearly here in America, and we've got resources in geothermal, but natural gas is sort of the most common baseload that we're using, natural gas with renewables, added nuclear, all the above. So Josh, let me ask you, the Congress, it looks like the IRA, particularly the Republican marks, modifications to it, are very focused on baseload. So let's talk about natural gas for a bit. We just had a great panel. The Governor Delaney talked about the tremendous opportunities for exports out of the U.S. We of course, we're all in the Gulf Coast. We're the largest exporter of natural gas now. Venture Global was mentioned, one of the largest exporters of natural gas in the world. We have lots of supply. How does that play into with baseload, with nuclear and geothermal?
Yeah, and one point I want to go back to that Mike made at the outset that I think is also really important is we focused a lot on the bipartisan successes, but unfortunately over at least the last 15 years, we've had a bipartisan failure, regardless of who's controlling Congress with regular order, as you had to deal with a lot when you were in the Senate. And I think if, to your point, if we can start going back to that and seeing both legislation pass through regular order process, the opportunity to amend it, passing appropriations on time, a lot of the need for either party to do the reconciliation bills that create a lot less or more uncertainty around what our energy policy is, we'd be in a much better place more broadly. And I think that we sometimes go immediately to what the problem of the moment is on either side of the aisle and skip that important step of needing to return to a process that as it was intended and worked. I think, look, natural gas is an example of something that's currently working. We, with the exception of the LNG export pause in the last administration, we did see, even with President Biden, significant increases of natural gas development and deployment and growth on the electricity side, exporting. We continue to see that now. I think it's going to continue to play an incredibly important role, both domestically on the electricity side for manufacturing and also for exports, as both a way for the United States to support our allies, but also to continue to maintain economic growth. The question, though, that I think is starting to come into play is electricity prices in the United States are starting to rise dramatically. Natural gas prices are also starting to rise. We haven't seen all of the LNG export terminals at all come online that are going to. And I think policymakers of both parties need to just take that step back and look at how do we deploy all of the baseload, clean, firm technologies we need, and more broadly, frankly, also deal with questions about permitting reform so we get the transmission lines that connect generation to where load growth is happening, because we are going to face two challenges that I think voters are going to get very upset about. One is making sure that we have sufficient amounts of electricity for the economic growth in AI, manufacturing, and other parts of our economy that are needed over the next 20 years, but also doing it in a way that it does not contribute to the cost of living crisis that really upended the Biden administration. It's frankly upending incumbent governments around the world, and whomever is in office, if they're presiding over a time when energy prices go up, they're going to face a lot of political and economic problems, and we need to make sure that natural gas is a key part of the solution, and that we've diversified sufficiently that we're not too reliant on any one fuel or technology.
Well, let me thank you for that and just add a little bit to this, and I'm going to get to this next round of questions. While it's not in the IRA, it's a basis of what's happening in the IRA, and that's permitting and the infrastructure necessary to deliver, whether it's geothermal, nuclear, natural gas, hydro, et cetera, pipelines, transmission lines, and other infrastructure necessary to deliver the promise of abundant, affordable energy to build an advanced energy economy for the world. So let me just say one thing, and I'm going to ask Tim about the permitting for geothermal. The prices of gas are going up, but in most places they're going up because of the restrictions of the pipelines to that region. So we pay very low prices for natural gas. Of course, in Louisiana, we produce a lot. We have the pipelines to support it. The Northeast and California is restricted. Their prices are higher. So it's just not only the cost of the fuel, which is relatively cheap in, natural gas and plentiful. It comes to nuclear. While everybody's excited, there are costs associated with the building out of nuclear, which goes back to what was just said. But explain to us, Tim, the infrastructure necessary for geothermal. You still have to move by transmission line those electrons, right?
That's right. So we face the same limits to growth on transmission that any technology does, and that's kind of an overarching theme. We're not going to get the grid we need to meet our goals if we don't figure out transmission. And I'd say in addition to that, one of the more unique challenges that geothermal faces is, as you mentioned in your opening comments, right now we're starting our projects in the West. And the West is a little bit unique in the sense that the majority of the land in the states that we operate in is owned by the U.S. government. And so almost by default, the fate of geothermal is deeply intertwined with the fate of NEPA reviews and the federal permitting process in a way that other resources oftentimes can develop solely on private land or just choose not to touch federal land. Geothermal, if we want to go to where the geology is right, we have to go through that full process. And this is something that we've actually seen. Part of the reason we are in this geothermal renaissance is bipartisan steps moving forward to significantly streamline that permitting process. And so, a review that was done by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory when we started the company almost a decade ago showed that it was 7 to 10 years to normally permit a geothermal project because you have to do multiple successive NEPA reviews. And actually, there's a whole set of categorical exclusions that you got to drill oil wells on federal land that if you just said, okay, well, we're drilling a geothermal well instead of an oil well, you didn't get those categorical exclusions. So it was a much more significantly challenging permitting process than even developing oil and gas on federal lands. And we already saw some major changes in that. Actually, one of the, to speak about how bipartisan this is, one of the major actions from the Biden administration was to push through some of the common sense categorical exclusions that have been available to the oil and gas industry for decades into geothermal for the first time. And that happened right before the change, and we're seeing the Trump administration work with Secretary Burgum to build and accelerate that tremendously. And so there are some administrative things that are looking to shorten that timeline from 7 to 10 years now to more like 2 or 3 years. And we're also seeing bipartisan legislation being proposed. The great bill that got introduced last year was between Senator Heinrich and Senator Lee, who co-authored it, who don't often agree on energy policy matters, but they could come together and find a common ground when it came to geothermal permitting reform with the recognition that the fate of geothermal growth in the United States is deeply intertwined with the federal land use policies when it comes to NEPA reviews and regulatory processes. So we are already seeing from actions administratively taken by both this administration and the prior administration major improvements, and we really expect that we can get to a point where we can have robust reviews but are done in a 1 to 2 year time frame to develop geothermal projects on federal land in the near future through some of the legislative changes that we're optimistic about. So the picture is getting much, much better, and we would not be talking about a geothermal renaissance had the permitting story not already improved tremendously.
I'm going to ask a question about carbon capture and sequestration because it's sort of goes through all of this, a through line to Josh and to Mike. That is also seems to be bipartisan to some extent. Democrats supporting it because they want to reduce the impacts of greenhouse gas emissions from oil and gas. Republicans support it because they see it as a economic, security, national security. Can you talk a minute about the bipartisan nature of carbon capture?
Yeah, and I think to go back to a little bit of what we were discussing before we came on stage, there is some Democratic support for carbon capture, but honestly, I think there needs to be more. We do see from some environmental groups on the left and members of both the House and Senate that are more on the left in much safer blue districts who oppose it because they also believe that continuing to support any natural gas, any use of oil is a slippery slope. And frankly, I think that opposition needs to reflect on reality. The energy that we have, whether it's fossil fuels, nuclear, geothermal, but particularly fossil fuels, it's very energy dense, it's very affordable, it's very transportable. It's going to be here for a very long time. And we are missing an opportunity if we don't continue to invest, embrace the bipartisan support, and accelerate the deployment of carbon capture because otherwise it's going to stay on the grid and on the system and just continue emitting as it currently does, which would be a big mistake. And so there's an opportunity here. It's done very well with the Senate updates to the reconciliation bill. It's always had strong bipartisan support, including from Louisiana and other places. It's one of those places that I think could follow a little bit more on where nuclear is and geothermal is and have that broad base of bipartisan support and move forward even more quickly with more funding than it's had.
Mike, let me ask you that, because I know there's a question about the cost of everything, and the Republican Party, and particularly Secretary Wright, has been saying, we're going to do everything that's cost effective, that works with the market, that can pencil, quote. So nuclear can be expensive. Geothermal is, we'll see what the cost comes out, but it's new. People don't know how it's going to pencil exactly. We have some experience, of course, a lot of experience with oil and gas, but how do you see the administration on carbon capture? And that's been a modification to the improvement, I would say. Josh would say, others may disagree, but in the IRA.
Yeah, I think, certainly with respect to the IRA, the 45Q tax credit is absolutely essential to get these CCS projects up and off the ground, and it does have strong bipartisan support and has support from some leading Senate Republicans, from Senator Capito, chair of the EPW committee, from Senator Barrasso, who's the number 2 in the Senate, from Senator Kramer and Hoeven and others, and Secretary Wright, frankly, in North Dakota, was a strong supporter, still is, of the Project Tundra CCS plant there. There's a lignite coal plant, and they have a very, I think, promising CCS project that hopefully comes to fruition. So there's a lot of support for it in the Republican ranks. I think this administration is going to be supportive of it, and I think particularly from the permitting perspective. I think you're going to see EPA especially getting more aggressive in allowing states basically to have more delegation or delegated programs with respect to the Clean Water Act and getting their Class 6 injection permits, which is a really, really critical sort of threshold thing that you need to get things going on CCS in the states. The permitting challenges, though, not to be diminished. Even with this administration trying to do everything that it possibly can, which they are doing, you have multiple steps in a very long process here. CCS is very complicated to permit. And the environmental community, unfortunately, I think there's very little, if any, support for carbon capture projects. And so unless we have really robust legislation on permitting reform, they will continue, I think, to try to block projects. And in some cases, unfortunately, I think they're going to be successful. So again, if we want all of these different technology solutions to come to fruition, this permitting reform piece, I can't stress it enough how essential that is to get that legislation over the finish line.
I think everyone in the room would agree with that. We've got 5 minutes. We're going to do our last minute each. Maria, starting with you. Something that I didn't ask you want to say or you want to underscore?
Just to say that I think it's a new day for nuclear. You mentioned the view that nuclear is expensive. I would tell you the nuclear plants we have today were justified on a 40-year life. They've gone from 40 years to 60 years. We're now permitting them from 60 years to 80 years. There's nothing magic about 80. I think we have to be more thoughtful about the long-term strategic nature of these assets. And I would tell you, anybody that has an operating nuclear plant today is really glad that they have it. In fact, some that we have shut down, we're going to restart because they wish they hadn't shut them down. And I think it really builds the strong case. If you look at around the world, any countries that had a sustained nuclear build, South Korea, Japan are two, they got better and better and better and better. I would tell you, we don't know what it costs to build a nuclear plant here in the United States because we don't do it enough. So I think that's really what's in our future. We just got to get on, we got to start building, and we'll get better and better and better. And I think then we'll have an idea of what the actual cost is for that nth of a kind, and I think we'll be surprised. I think it's going to be very much part of the affordable energy mix that we'll have. Bottom line is, we are interested in these tax credits. We're very appreciative of what both the House and the Senate have done, but it's not over yet. So we have a lot of attention on the tax credits and also the Loan Program Office. I think that's an important part as well. So we're still out there working it every single day, but we do appreciate both the House, the Senate, and the White House for all the work that they're doing leaning in. Thanks.
Tim, 1 minute.
Yeah, I think the main takeaway from our industry is that geothermal's here and it's real and it's happening now. It's not just hype for no reason, it's hype because there's substance here. And we're moving incredibly fast. We brought our first project onto the grid in 2023. By next year, our project in Utah, Project Cape, 500 megawatts, will start producing first electrons in 2026. And there's a lot of more projects to come in the pipeline. And because we are so adjacent to the oil and gas industry, we're using the same drilling rigs, the same crews, the same technology and manufacturing. That is an industry that knows how to do things at scale. And we can flip a switch and bring that equipment and services into the geothermal industry. And so the pace of takeoff here is going to be tremendous just because we already know how to do all of these things by being, just one step removed from what the oil and gas industry already does at global scale.
Which is a good talking point to Democrats. Talk to the oil and gas industry about what the present and the future might look like and stop not talking to them would be the message. Go ahead,
So
Josh.
3 things to keep a watch on. One is a provision that is still in the reconciliation bill called foreign entities of concern.
Yes.
It is adding layers of bureaucracy that should make the people at DOGE's hair stand up. We need to make sure that our technologies are secure in the United States, but we need to do it in a way that doesn't potentially stifle a very significant amount of deployment of critical, innovative American technology. We need to get batteries in electric vehicles back to the same point of bipartisan support that geothermal and nuclear have. The idea that Brazil, Thailand, and a whole bunch of other countries are going to surpass us in EV deployment, and it's all going to be driven by China, should scare the living daylights out of everyone, and it's a national security concern. Don't worry about the environmental side. Just think about what batteries are doing in transportation right now. And then the last thing is Senator Cassidy's carbon accounting bill. I think that's one of the next places where we might have a real bipartisan glimmer of support where the U.S. can take the lead in determining what the carbon intensity of different manufacturing processes are, and it can be a U.S. standard rather than a Chinese standard, and that has bipartisan support.
Thank you, Josh. Mike, last word.
Yeah, I think Josh makes an excellent point on this FIOC issue, and I think one thing to be looking for is once this bill passes, and I'm very confident eventually it will pass, because if you're a Republican, it has to pass. You have no other choice but to get it done, and they will get it done. But when you read through the language on FIOC, when you think about the language on commence construction, the Trump Treasury Department will be very key in terms of how they interpret that language. They're authorized to do guidance on those things, and how they determine that, I think, can be very impactful, particularly for the wind and solar industry. So we'll see where that goes from there. But I know there's, if you're in the wind and solar industry, you're probably looking at this bill and saying, gosh, this is really bad for us. Maybe if you're Democrats, you're saying, wow, the IRA is being unwound. This was President Biden's top legislative accomplishment. But I see opportunity in it because, as we were talking at the outset, maybe I'm naive to think there's an opportunity for bipartisan legislation here on some of these issues, but this could be just a bargaining chip, I think, for Democrats going forward, and even some Republicans, to get maybe some of these credits back into the mix. Transmission is an issue that absolutely has to be addressed. That is central to getting to a bipartisan bill on energy and permitting reform. But on the permitting side of the ledger, if you're a Republican, you have to be advocating for a bold overhaul of the system. We cannot be going through it, legislation by legislation. There's probably 18 different statutes that impinge on the process. It can't be fixed that way. It has to be completely thrown out. You have to start over again and go to a permit by rule type system. Again, that's a big, bold decision to make. But again, I think you could sit down at the table and get some of these credits and transmission policy changes into the mix and potentially get legislation. And again, as I say, I'm optimistic because the need is there, the urgency is there. This is so critical for the future of the country that we have an affordable, reliable grid each and every day for all that we do.
Well, thank you all for your insights and your thoughts, and I think we can leave by saying there's some threads running through the negotiations of the IRA that give us hope for the future, some opportunities in the future for bipartisan, durable congressional action to build the advanced energy economy this country needs and the world is looking to our leadership for. Thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Please remain in your seats. We'll be having a very quick transition before the beginning of our next and final panel. Please take your seats. We are going to begin our next and final session. Please take your seats. Please welcome the members of the panel on critical minerals, critical decisions, quick wins, and critical mineral supply chain partnerships, moderated by Senior Advisor, Africa Center, Atlantic Council, Aubrey Ruby.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you everyone for staying with us, and thanks to the Atlantic Council organizers for, of course, keeping the best for last. I'm excited to be here today with my esteemed panel to discuss a very important and timely question about what we can actually achieve in the near term on critical minerals. I think it's been pretty clear, New York Times headlines every day, et cetera, about the challenges we face as a country in terms of long-term competitiveness vis-a-vis China and how we can reindustrialize in a way around critical minerals. So in a very long-term sector, mining, we want to look for quick wins. I'm joined today to my left by Reggie Singh, who's the Director of Critical Minerals and Energy at the State Department. To his left, we have Imad Toumi, Chairman and CEO of Managem, who joined us. He gets the prize for coming the furthest from Casablanca. Helena Matza, who's the Chief Strategy Officer of TechMet, and Stephen Rowland, who's the head of North America Copper for Glencore. So it's a pleasure to jump in here. And Reggie, I would like to start with you. Give us a sense of the lay of the land from State Department's view of new developments in the critical minerals space, what your office is following, and kind of what's on the immediate horizon.
Thanks for the framing, Aubrey, and just to give you a sense of what we're tackling, it's a major problem essentially that we're dealing with that has a temporal aspect and an aspect related to volumes of critical minerals. So the problem is easily stated as we rely too much on one major player for all our critical minerals. And as you alluded, this has become an issue, including, for example, you're seeing with Chinese export controls on rare earth elements. which has become a part of our trade discussions with China. But you also have a problem with Chinese subsidizing a lot of these critical minerals. They particularly have a lock on processing. So we see a twin sort of imperative. We see an imperative on there's going to be growth in these critical minerals. The world just needs a huge amount of it in the next 10, 20 years for the reasons a lot of people know. But we also have the imperative of diversifying away from China because they do have a stranglehold on a lot of these critical minerals. Just one data point in terms of volumes, you see lithium, for example. The price of lithium is hitting multi-year lows right now, but if you talk to experts in the field, they'll tell you categorically that we're going to be short lithium 5 to 10 years from now. So how do we support, for example, just with that one mineral, U.S. and allied mineral lithium producers who have to compete with China, who have to earn a cost of capital, who have stakeholders, shareholders, and how do they navigate that valley of death? So State Department, working with a lot of colleagues across the U.S. interagency, DOE, Commerce, including our finance institutions, DFC, XM, is coming up with solutions to tackle that valley of death, so to speak.
And I assume the solutions are not just focused on domestic processing, which of course we understand is a bottleneck, but have international collaboration at their core as well. So given that it's State Department and so much of what you do is in the diplomatic space, how do you see the realm of international collaboration supporting a secure U.S.?
So the G7, for example, just issued a critical minerals action plan yesterday. We work across all platforms. We work plurilaterally with G7. We work bilaterally with a lot of partners. And we work with the Quad, for example, Australia, India, Japan, and ourselves. All of us have the same goal, diversification. But we're very oriented towards practical solutions. These are not intended to be, diplomatic policy, communiques. We are focused on actually bringing projects to market, supporting companies, supporting our companies to help them navigate. And a lot of them are smaller players. If you look across the minerals landscape, aside from some large volume minerals such as copper and nickel, you have some very niche minerals. You have rare earth elements. You have gallium, germanium. These are very critical. And in those minerals, you tend to have smaller players. But that also means a little bit of finance can go a long way.
And Helena, maybe I'll bring you into this topic of international collaboration and putting forth joint projects with allies, given your former role, and just your thoughts on the different processes we did and maybe learnings from that over the past administration.
Sure, happy to share some reflections. So look, Reggie really laid out the scope of the problem, a problem we've been talking about for years, right? And obviously, approaching all of the policy levers we have is really important, but also finding ways to really bring patient capital into these projects. So a couple of things that we've been trying, and I've been really heartened to hear that the current administration is very eager to continue. One is to operate a little bit more like USG Inc., which was a big part of the work that we did in the previous administration, and I see continued on now. So XM, DFC, DOE, these tools can be leveraged. These supply chains might have international feedstock, domestic processing, and then we ultimately want the use in our own market, right? The relationship between those tools matter. And frankly, for companies and other countries, they don't really care which is which. They just want it to all work. And so that was something we were really testing out in the previous administration, and it's just every day I'm seeing that evolve more and more. The other is we looked at this issue really holistically. We said, okay, we can think about this extraction project here or this processing project there, Or we can think about the ecosystem of investment that needs to be around these projects, and what can we do with allies and partners, both as funders, but also as recipient countries. And one of the really great examples of the work that we did that we see being continued on is something called the Libido Corridor. I won't go into a ton of details here, but what's interesting about it is working with such a large group of countries, all with a different kind of value add to the problem. So, Angola, Zambia, DRC, developing an infrastructure corridor, an economic corridor that had rail, energy, digital infrastructure, and yes, an evacuation route for copper and cobalt. Those countries had to be incredibly involved in that process, and we brought in funders beyond ourselves. The Italians gave a lot of money to that project bilaterally, so did the EU. And so I think as we're moving the conversation, we're just really trying to see, each couple years, each couple months, hopefully, how we can action real investment and partnership.
And I think Libido is a great example of where international collaboration can come together and where partnerships with local development finance institutions, we at the Africa Center hosted the Angolans, but they emphasized the role of the Africa Finance Corporation in addition to the Italians and the Americans. So it takes a metaphorical village. But maybe staying on the question of international collaboration and alternatives to China. Imad, maybe you can speak a little bit about Managem in Morocco. Morocco plays an important role in this conversation because it is, first of all, the oldest treaty partner of the United States. Many people don't know that. Second of all, it has a robust automotive part industry, so it can feed into the market already. And the experience of OCP, which is the largest phosphate producer in the world, shows that you do mining at scale. So maybe give us a sense of what a country like Morocco sees in looking at this landscape.
Yeah, just a few words about Morocco and Managem. We are a Moroccan mining company. We basically are mining base metals, precious metals like silver and gold, but also critical minerals. We're not just mining, but trying also to refine these minerals. And we are active for the last nearly 100 years. Our cobalt mine started nearly 100 years ago, and it's still operating today. Just let me highlight some key figures when you talk about China and especially processing. And as you know, more than 60 or 70% of the refining capacity is in China, okay? And when you talk about rare earths, it's more than 90%. So that's the key challenge. And I can tell you that Morocco can, we have many advantages to be a real alternative to China because we, as you know, it's a stable mining jurisdiction. We have skilled workforce, access to a clean and cheap power energy, especially with wind and solar in the south of the country, and also logistics, because we have many ports on the Atlantic that can offer us direct routes to Western market, to Europe, to the US, obviously, and also to Europe. And it makes a difference compared to the Asia-Pacific corridors. So we have all the, let's say, many advantages to build this industrial ecosystem for critical minerals to, of course, mine, extract these minerals, but also refine them.
All the way to batteries as well.
Yes, for the batteries, as you said, we have this automotive ecosystem in Morocco. And most importantly, we need to also to be competitive. Because to be honest, all our customers, they're looking for alternative to China. They want non-Chinese product, but they like the Chinese prices. So we need to offer this. That's the challenge that we have to face. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe when we were talking a little bit about the opportunities in other African countries, Morocco has long seen itself as a gateway. to the rest of the region. And we know that Africa is home to 30% of the world's global critical minerals, and that's just what we know of today. It's very, very underexplored. And so maybe you can speak a little bit about the exploration process in Morocco and what you've found recently with this new focus, and then how you're looking at partnerships in the rest of Africa.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in Morocco we have significant resources and reserves, okay, for critical minerals, for copper, cobalt, and rare earths. And of course, I'm not talking about phosphate. We are one the top leader in the world for phosphate. But what is important that we can have access to the huge amount of resources in Africa, because we are not only mining and doing exploration in Morocco, but also we have very good relationships with all these African countries, especially in West Africa, Central Africa, all these French-speaking African countries. And that's what we are doing. We are working closely with them to try to explore, because even Morocco is underexplored in terms of critical minerals, and also to refine these minerals, because the shift that we are seeing today in many countries in Africa is that they don't want just to extract and export and ship these raw materials. It's no longer an option. Okay, we need to refine this. And as you have seen, I think earlier this year, DRC, they banned the export of cobalt hydroxide, try to support the low cobalt prices, but also Namibia is doing the same to limit this export. Gabon as well. They announced that starting from 2029, they will ban all the export of raw material, manganese. So we need to refine also this product in Africa. And I can tell you that I met with several government representatives in Africa, and then what they are expecting from us as an African mining company, one of the leaders in the mining, is not to, when you talk about alternatives to China, is not to behave like the Chinese, just extract the minerals and ship the.
They want an alternative model as well.
Exactly. They want us to refine this. This material locally. I think that we can do it. That's what we are doing in Morocco with phosphate for many years. And I'm sure that we can do it as well for the other critical minerals.
So shifting to our panel topic on quick wins. Stephen, I want to come to you. We've spoken a little bit about copper. And what's been interesting is when I've talked to a lot of the OEMs and the big buyers, they say, despite all the headlines of rare earths, what keeps them up at night is copper. And I hear statistics like we need to mine more in 7 years than we have in the last 700. I don't know if that's accurate, but you'll let me know. How do you see any quick wins in the copper space, say in North America, in the coming 24 months?
Thank you, Aubrey. So on the sort of the question of supply demand in the US particularly, a lot of talk about data centers and electrification. And in New York, I run the trading business, so we've been importing copper. And when I say copper at Glencore, we talk about copper, of course, but it's zinc, lead, tin, alloy, aluminum, molybdenum, you name it. The trading, import, and distribution channels and networks that we have to over 200 customers in the US is very similar. So copper is the one that we're talking about a lot now because of the importance to the clean energy and electrification. But quick wins, we have the supply chain set up. When we have, we have offices all over the world. We import from Chile and Peru and DRC, Australia, all the countries. So our customers are not showing panic yet around future copper demand. I think you've got to have, the government support the US government support is a big thing. And then you have capital allocation, and you have engineering and construction, and it's all there. But our customers who are in building wire, construction, magnet wire, all kinds of wire applications, brass pipe, tube, bus bar for all EVs and wind and solar and wind. It's all there in the future, but our customers aren't actually calling for copper yet, and it's not in their price or projection forecasts. So for us, there's no real quick win, but we're preparing for quite a big uptake in demand.
Maybe coming from AI?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard to say whether I mean, this is an energy conference. It's hard to say whether the bottleneck is maybe from copper or power. Generally, there's a lot of copper around. It's in the ground, including in the States and around the world. Just getting it out of the ground in places where it's occurs naturally and getting it to the U.S. consumer in a form that it can be consumed, that's a challenge, but that's what we do.
And a multi-year, multi-decade challenge.
Yeah. We're ready to move at the speed at which everybody else moves.
Yes, well, this disconnect on what we can get in the near term in this very difficult and capital-intensive space called mining is one of the challenges. But I think traders in particular have a role to play, given your global perspective and certain minerals, and that's why taking them as a whole is difficult. Obviously, there's tons of global expertise in copper. You said you've been doing it yourself for
40 years. I would like to say Glencore is the world's largest copper producer, but we can't dig copper and develop copper mines fast enough. We're slipping out of the top 3. But we have plans to expand partnerships. We're very comfortable in different countries around the world, different jurisdictions, especially challenging. But it's a long-term process, a lot of capital, a lot of risk. But there is a lot of copper in the ground, and
we know where it is globally. I think they're all out. Oh, they're back.
Oh, they're all out? There's a lot of brownfield, greenfield copper mines in the States in various stages of permitting and exploration. There's quite a lot of copper in the States, and for those of us who've been in the industry for so long, and at Glencore, where we're looking to invest and grow our business in the copper business in the States, in mining, smelting, processing, refining, recycling, we're pretty agnostic on where we are in the supply chain in the States, because we're in the supply chain all over the world. There's a lot of copper in the ground in the States, and it'll be interesting to see how government support and where it leads. Public awareness, people generally don't like mining, NIMBY, et cetera, it'll be interesting. There is kind of an awakening in the States and around the world around this whole conversation around strategic critical minerals. Oh, by the way, it's in your phone. Oh, by the way, it's in your EV. Oh, by the way, it's the key to solar, wind, any kind of alternative energy, electrification, grid, infrastructure. You can't have a conversation without peeling it back to copper. So the public awareness and the way that the government talks about it, I think, has potential impacts to help companies like ours develop resources in the States.
Yeah, one of my dear friends likes to remind me that all things either are grown at some point or dug up from the ground. So those are the two options, and everything you touch and connect with has some relation to one of those two things. Just to get all this copper out of the ground, you need a ton of capital. Glencore has the ability to tap capital markets, but a lot of entities struggle to still raise money. And, I find a need for diversified vehicles that can unlock institutional capital. And so, Helena, TechMet is unique in that there are probably a handful of dedicated funds globally to this space. And TechMet has the support of the U.S. government through DFC. I guess my question is, how do we get more TechMets?
It's a great question. Of course, I would love continued more investment in the current TechMet, but...
well, TechMet succeeding is part of getting more, right?
Of course. So look, what I said earlier about the need to mimic patient capital is really important. So maybe it'll be better for me to explain a little bit about how TechMet works, right? And so not only are we USG backed with the DFC investment, we are their first equity investment in a critical minerals platform. And that matters for a lot of reasons. It helps us pursue a diversified portfolio across different minerals, different stages in the value chain, and in different jurisdictions, US, Europe, Africa, and South America. And having that equity investment has helped us do several things. One, of course, it helps raise more private capital, which is really important. But it also helps bring in additional sovereign lending, and we've been delighted to announce our partnership with QIA. all of that allows us to look at the sector slightly differently, right? And so that is part of the formula of how you really look at this. I will say the other side, though, isn't just at the platform level. It's also how our assets are leveraging other USG and resources. We have
at the project level as well.
At the project level. So, you know, we have a lithium project that has a conditional LPO loan. That's going to be a really important part of their debt package. And I think that the U.S. government's really thinking about this. Look, you know, DFC is going through a really important reauthorization process. All we're hearing is that they're going to have their equity fix, which I think probably has the most bipartisan support of anything that we've been talking about. We don't know what it looks like, but we can't wait to see it. Those tools are going to be really essential to help other versions of either a TechMet type platform or a more traditional private equity fund really kind of move forward in the space.
Yeah, on the tools, I mean, we do a lot. The Africa Center has a critical minerals working group and has had for a couple years now, and we're doing work on DFC reauthorization. We'll publish something in a couple months, but emphasizing the equity importance, because that's fundamentally how you de-risk something at the greatest level, is you put equity behind it. And I know there's a torn view within the administration on whether the U.S. government should hold equity in things, but then, you know, there's golden share in the most recent Japanese steel deals. So there's examples moving forward of where that's happening. Reggie, I want to come back to say, do we have the right tools right now? Obviously, there's a challenge of being a messy federal democracy, that the tools are spread out, and coordination will always be a challenge. But do we have the right tools throughout the interagency, and is coordination the only challenge?
I think we have the right tools, but we could use more of them and more varied tools. There's still a lot of need for risk capital. The interesting thing about critical minerals is each critical mineral is a different market, you know. There's copper and nickel, huge multi-billion-dollar, multi-year projects. But then when you go into other minerals, including rare earths and some of the others like gallium and germanium, as I mentioned, you can use small amounts of financing to achieve a lot. And the timelines are also tend to be...
Volumes are very different.
Yeah, volumes are different, timelines are shorter. So just to highlight maybe a couple of deals where we brought to bear some tools in the recent past. So just yesterday, XM used a tool called Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, SCRI, which was just hatched about 6 months ago.
Yeah, in January.
Right. And that addressed the IM part of XM. We've always focused on exports, but this actually deals with the import side. And so what SCRI does is it finances offtake from foreign partners for U.S. processing. So yesterday, XM announced the SCRI deal, a $120 million deal with the Tan Breeze mine in Greenland. That's run by a company that happens to be called Critical Minerals. It's a letter of interest, but potentially would come online, that mine would come online by 2027. Just to highlight one more deal where we used the existing tool very effectively. We use DPA funding, that's Department of Defense, Defense Production Act funding, $19 million deal we witnessed at the State Department about a month ago, a signing between a 200-year-old U.S. company called Nathan Trotter Incorporated, based in Pennsylvania. They are building a tin smelter with this $19 million in DPA financing, and they're going to get offtake from Trinity Mining, which is a Rwandan mine, tin mine.
They're an investor in.
Exactly.
TechMet's invested in.
So just two examples of using existing tools, but I think we need more and more flexible tools and more flexible authorities for both DFC and XM.
Definitely, because coming back to the equity, so for example, the Tan Breeze thing that was signed with SCRI, I mean, again, my friends at XM would correct me, but they have hundreds of LOIs open right now. And Tan Breeze is currently a mountain on a fjord in Greenland. You know, actually getting the capital and the equity to go in to unlock the debt, the XM, will be no small feat. So transforming those LOIs into real deals takes a lot of the equity side, which is why these type of tools and fixes are very important. Stephen, I don't know if you have any views on tools from the U.S. government. I'm not sure if Glencore is looking for that with the size and scale of Glencore.
Well, given what I do for Glencore, my geopolitical sphere is basically the 50 United States. I'm still looking for a client in Hawaii. Haven't found one yet. But no, this is the interesting crowd. You know, we're experts on geopolitics. We spend a lot of time with our clients all over the U.S. and listening to them and talking to them. Obviously, they would love to see more resource development in the states, and what programs are available in states, federal. How can we get government support? How can we get help on permit reform? And there's a lot of interest around the U.S. In copper-producing places and other places, downstream processing, recycling, hydromet, pyromet, tin smelter, all these things. A lot of interest in the states to support the copper and critical minerals business.
I mean, I think the challenge therein is just transforming it into action, right? And it's the same we've had here in Washington. There's been so many conversations. I think there's a critical minerals event you could go to every single day. Of course, this one is the best one. But, you know, when you look at the number of deals and transactions that have been done in the last 6 months, they're very few. And I'm very concerned that the human capacity constraints within government is going to, you know, lack of underwriters, lack of lawyers that can do the deals will even slow progress, so that you set the vision very high, but the ability to execute, it lags behind, and we'll see how long that lag is. And if you compare it to the Chinese, they move quickly. And they mobilize quickly. They sign something and they're digging in the ground. You know, we sign something and 3 months later we're, you know, scheduling the next meeting. So I think that's a bit of the challenge. And Imad, you laugh, but maybe you've had experience in both sides.
No, you're right. If, with the Chinese, we need to compete with the Chinese, and when, for sure, especially in Morocco or in Africa, for sure, we need maybe to learn more about these tools and to have more equity investment. But what we need is that if you want to bridge the gap with the Chinese, okay, especially on the technology side, we need a lot of investment in innovation, R&D, and to invest in projects even if it's not profitable from day one, okay? But I think on top of that, for us as a miner, what we want also is to have a visibility on the demand, and yes, especially from our customers, okay, because we need this long-term visibility, long-term commitment on the offtakes. Otherwise, we cannot, even if we have some help from financial investment, we cannot invest if we don't have this commitment on the long term, because if the price crashes, or if you have a shift on the technology overnight, we cannot produce and sell your product. So we need to have this commitment from our customers.
And none of the projects are bankable without that,
yeah,
right? If you
exactly.
Scrap, you know, just the surface,
yes,
any XM deal requires an offtake, and this offtake issue is paramount,
exactly.
Particularly in sectors. I mean, in copper, you know the global price, but in other minerals where price transparency is not there. And this might bring back to our other topic, which is, are there the right tools within government?
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to think hard about innovations around offtake, and maybe ensuring offtakes, maybe managing the commodity price differential in offtakes, some of the things around price transparency, creating commodity markets where they don't exist because the Chinese have been so dominant. Reggie, do you have any thoughts about those kind of policy innovations?
I mean, there's a lot of ideas out there, including stockpiles, price floors. Look, we talk to a lot of junior miners in my office, and they talk to OEMs and ultimate end users. And all of the OEMs they talk to say, we're happy to support you. We want U.S. offtake. We want partner country minerals mined by our partners, right? Not by China. But then you ask the OEMs and they say, but we want the China price. So that becomes an issue And it gives China tools with price shaping and sort of long-term patient capital, if you can even call it capital, to undercut our players. So yeah, we have to think innovatively about ways to address price volatility, to support patient capital, to make sure risk capital is there and isn't scared off. And there's different, there's bills on the Hill that consider different policies. So just to say that, yes, we need something to deal with that problem.
Well, I'm sure there'll be some in the audience who have some ideas and can send your office concept papers going forward. Since we're the last thing standing between you all and some reception, I'd like to go around quickly and just have closing remarks from a perspective of what can be achieved in 24 months versus maybe the 5-year perspective when we think about quick wins and maybe something that's inspiring going on. So Helena, I'll start with you.
Sure. So if we're really thinking quick wins in a sector that, projects can take 20 years plus to move forward, I think there's kind of 2 areas that we should really focus on. One is where for the processing and downstream projects that we care about, we can find international or domestic, if we're lucky enough, shovel-ready feedstock or near shovel-ready, right? Like that's what we should be immediately focusing on, very far along projects to help us move down the value proposition. And I think the second thing is innovation. And I don't mean we're going to innovate our way out of this, but there are a lot of very interesting things happening, whether it's in lithium brine extraction, new type of electrode development, skipping steps of a process that we haven't yet mastered will be a big part of how we start solving this issue.
Sure. Stephen, we'll go to you.
One area that I think is a quick fix is recycling. So there's tremendous amount of copper in the supply chain in various forms of scrap. There's so many different kinds of scrap, and a lot of number 1 and 2 scrap, which is like wire chops and pure copper. That's very much readily available in the U.S. copper supply chain. There's a lot of scrap piling up. A lot of scrap gets exported, and there's definitely the wherewithal and the technology and even the capital to recycle a lot more copper in the U.S. For whatever reason, our recycling rates for copper in the States are like 30% copper. And of course, in China and other parts of the world, it's so high, 80, 90%. There's something that needs to happen here in the U.S. to get people more aware of putting their old copper, whether it's a phone in your drawer or different, radiator or whatever construction projects, get copper into the pipeline, and it could be a quick fix to start recovering more copper in the States from recycled.
Yeah, I always think for the last decades or so, there's been huge export of e-waste from developed markets to African markets, and I think that there's going to be a moment at which time we start trying to buy it back. And I hope that the African entrepreneurs capitalize on that moment. Imad, what do you think are quick wins for Morocco, for Managem, for U.S.-Moroccan ties?
Yes, well, not easy to talk about quick wins when you talk about mining project that can take 5 or 10 years. But what we can say that we have some projects that are, for example, for cobalt sulfate, or for manganese, high purity manganese for the EV, for the OEMs. We have projects that are ready to launch. Okay, but what we can do, what we need is just to fast track this project and to scale this project, and we can do it in Morocco or in partnership with some other African countries like DRC. So I think it's important if we can. I think, yeah, Morocco or DRC can be part of the solution for to supply these critical minerals and to be a full partner of the US or for some US partners, just not to bring raw materials or resources, but also to be a full partner in the processing. And we have already this project that are ready. What we need is just to some partners, some commitments on the offtakes, and we are ready to invest to scale this project.
And Ahmad, you teed up a good potential quick win. You mentioned DRC. I know Reggie's office is busily working on a DRC critical minerals agreement that may be a quick win as well. So Reggie, any thoughts on quick wins?
So we'll watch this space. Dr. Boulos continues his hard work over there. But, there's several areas where we could get quick wins. You mentioned, LOIs are notional, but if those projects come to fruition in the next year to two, I think they'll inject some confidence into the market. Hey, we can do this in the face of what seems like a Chinese onslaught, but also some quick wins on the policy side, whether we're talking about the Hill moving forward with some of these ideas we just discussed, or State Department is focused externally, but I would cite some domestic possible wins on permitting reform. National Energy Dominance Council, NEDC, is working on a lot of this. So in that space, some permitting reform that actually gets a mine that might take many years to start, if it initiates a project in the next year or two, that could also be positive. So there's a range of areas where we could potentially see some quick wins that I think will build confidence in Western markets.
Yeah, and hopefully in the innovation space as well, right? One of the challenges, you have to look at yourself clearly in the mirror, and we are a messy federal democracy, which will make things like permitting always hard, right? You're dealing with a county, you're dealing with a city, you're dealing with a state, you're dealing with federal. All of those things will always be more difficult than in China, but at the same time, innovative states can compete with each other. They can, companies can come up with different things funded by different parts of the government, and then hopefully scale. So I think both of those are kind of a double-edged sword. And the innovation key is maybe something we double down on. Well, thank you everyone for joining this conversation today and my panelists, and hopefully we can connect with you over drinks. And thanks to the Atlantic Council's Energy team for putting together this great forum, and it's really been a pleasure today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This concludes all programming for the leadership stage. Please stand and proceed to the energy stage for closing remarks by Senior Director and Morningstar Chair for Global Energy Security, Global Energy Center Atlantic Council, Landon Durrence.